The NFL is finally back.
And so are the Cappers contest and Survivor pools.
Congratulations to our Season 3 champion, Nunya, who joins the Pub Sports Radio Wall of Fame alongside our Season 2 co-champions, Guillermo Zertucci and Sharpie, and our inaugural champion, Peter Loshek.
And we're back for year 4.
The Cappers contest lines come out every Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. You pick your favorite 5 bets against the spread. Picks must be in by Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. You get 1 point for a win, half a point for a push. The victor at the end of the season is the one with the most total points.
$100 to enter each contest, of which 4% go to covering credit card fees, and the top 10% get paid.
But there's more. The great people at Harbor Acres Cottages in beautiful Nova Scotia, Canada, have offered up $1,000 for the capper who accumulates the most perfect weeks throughout the duration of the regular season. $1,000 from Harbor Acres Cottages. May the greatest football capper reap all the rewards.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Great to see all of you. Happy Thursday, August 28th. Thank you so much for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Another winning day yesterday. Let's just keep it rolling. 5-2 in MLB. Felt great. 1-1 in WNBA. I mean, I was so confident in the dream, and Polo this, Polo that. Will Johnson were both very right, and I was wrong. And we were fortunate that Paige Beckers didn't play with our Connecticut Sun bet, but 1-1 in WNBA, 5-2 in MLB. We just keep the ball rolling, and that is what matters. I was kind of beating myself up a little bit with the best bet being the dream, because there was only one bet yesterday that I doubled up on, and that was the under in Pittsburgh, St. Louis. First 3 under 2, full game under 7.5, final score 2-1. I mean, that should have been the best bet for the birthdays, and I apologize for that, because Jose had the Mets come through. Then our friends and family would just be leaning into Baylor. So I was a little disappointed in that. But yesterday, Washington, New York Yankees first 3 under 2.5 was a loser. Braves first 5 was a winner. That was the pre-show action. Then we cashed the Mariners first 5 very easily, -0.5. Lost the Orioles. I mean, it could have been a monster day. Lost the Orioles to +124. Then cashed the Pittsburgh, St. Louis double up, and cashed Chicago Cubs, San Francisco first 5 over 4.5 extremely easily. It's all coming together. It feels like it's all coming together. We have a massive show today. This is how we're doing things today. We're going to get Bobano going to be joining us, of course, our Thursday start. We're going to talk Red Sox Orioles. And then we're going to go right into college football. And every single game has been handpicked by Bobano. Now, Bobano gave me a list of his bets, the games he's bets on, and then I picked spots because we only have them until 1 p.m. Eastern, so I picked the spots that I wanted to talk about. You can see the under our video description, the schedule of college football. Then Spooner is going to join us, and we get right back to Major League Baseball. Then Daby Cab's going to talk about Ohio State, Texas. We haven't talked about it yet. So Daby Cab's going to talk about that. And also, depending on whether or not Bobano gets to the Virginia Tech game, we might do that with Daby Cab. And then we have Brizzy joining us, as well as Justin McKelvey in WNBA. I know we're not capping the CFL games individually today. We're going to do that with Gorky tomorrow. But we are going to get Bobano's picks. I've made 4 bets, 3 in one game. One, I bet the double result for the Ticats. I've been waiting to bet it for some time. The line's been all over the place. I probably could have picked a better time to bet it, but feel very good about the way things are going. And you just want to strike while the iron's hot. You just want to attack when you feel like you have an edge. And this is the edge. Working with you guys is my edge. We got Billy Friedrich in the house. Pig Milk play today. Aussie Albies in the black. And what a we need. I need Billy Friedrich. Remind me. I want to put on that very end image of the Pig Milk play today. When the name comes up, or even off the top. I want to have last year's record on it because it was so good. And then we can have this year's record on it too, but I really want last year's on it. So remind me of that. Pig milk play of the day is in. We got AM on Jacksonville State, Central Florida, and Nebraska, Cincinnati, or under. Nebraska, Cincinnati over. Ohio, Wisconsin over. Stacks plays of the day are in Triolo over 1.5 bases at plus 120, and Ogumake. NECA Ogumake over 16.5 points at minus 124. The Seattle Storm. Let's get this all copied and pasted. And as soon as Bobano is back there, we're going to fire away. And if I get through the copy and pasting of the everybody's plays of the day, I will just get into MLB. Now, when we get back next Thursday with Bobano, it's going to be much easier. We'll do Thursday Night Football. We'll do CFL. It's not going to be kind of as, I don't know, discombobulated as it is right now. Crystal Craig cash by play today. Parlay yesterday. Sweat free. Crystal Craig, and yes, that Jays game was nerve-wracking, but they got the job done. NFL Cappers contest is up, so please join us in the Cappers contest. It's so exciting that we have the $1,000 bonus from Harbor Acres Cottages in beautiful Nova Scotia, Canada, that adds to the prize pool, baby. Nothing like getting an extra $1,000 hammered on that Cappers contest prize pool. Please sign up. Please sign up. It means so much to us. We need as many people to sign up as possible. We got serious business in the house. Vale, Gotti, Nasty Nate, Red Sox trifecta. Free bands play today is Nebraska. There's Nate Dogg, 420 Talk Sports with JT. Been great having JT rock with us the last little while. Football is close when JT rocking with us. Keep an eye out for Talk Sports with JT. Keep an eye out for his action. His player props is elite level player props. We got great group rocking with us right now. Chappie Funk ready to get to work. Swiggy says, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have it. We're gonna have the list of everybody in each pool. That's all gonna be up this weekend." Brandon Cummings, BT, my guy BT in the house. Got to hang out with him in San Antonio, Texas. Troy Torrance ready to go. Brandon Cummings, 3 days in a row. I love it. G Biz off today with the little ones. I love it. Let's get to work. And South Florida is the best bet for BJ here. Get that right under Nuke Workers action. So we got the corner of Nuke, BJ Boulevard. Julian Cesario in the house running hot. Rich H says greetings from the 604. And there's Corbin Carroll under 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs, and Trevor Story under 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. A thing to keep out an eye on, because I track cappers, and one thing that JT is so successful at is we know that 99% of player props are bet on the over. He's the 1%, man. He is the 1%. Nine Legacy. Hope you had a great birthday. Nine Legacy in the house. Get that copied and pasted. Yes, Nut Flush. You nailed it. I was really hoping that Mr. Bouquet would cash that Twins bet, but your team total would have been an easier way to do it. Lex Steele, everybody ready to rock here. I got a DC cat. Oh, that's yesterday. Nice job with the A's. Let's get our star of Thursdays here ready to rock. And let me make sure I've got everybody's action here. I'll keep copying and pasting as we go through. Let's get this copied. Here we go. Sean Pulliam, my guy, our guy, Sean Pulliam. Anybody who had the chance to rock with us at Publipalooza knows what a class act, money in the bank guy, our guy, Sean Pulliam is. Camden in the house, Sean Pulliam. All right, let's get to work. And we have just the man for the job. I really do treasure these Thursdays of capping the card with him. And we have him for 50 minutes, so we must talk quickly and fire away. Please welcome from Canada's Black and Yellow, Steeltown, Hamilton, Ontario. I just had the pleasure of drinking brewskis with our next guest at Woodbine Racetrack. Please welcome our friend Ian Cameron to the show. Bobano, how are you?
Yeah, that was a fun day. Thanks to everyone for joining us on Saturday at Woodbine. It was very, very enjoyable. Great to hang out with a great group of people. So lots of fun. And like I said, I was glad I could make it down there. Also,
you found the route from Hamilton.
Yep.
So now anybody who's coming from Hamilton, the way you got in and out of Toronto.
Oh, beautiful. Mimico Go. I'm telling you, Mimico Go Station, and then just go from Mimico Go Station right to the track.
So easy. That Uber,
so
15
and you avoid Toronto traffic because your Mimico is long before you get to Exhibition and Union Station and when all that traffic piles up on you.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. So, and that takes a lot of the, because I was so worried. I was like, oh God, is he gonna go to the into Toronto and then take the TTC? I was like, oh God, beautiful. You made it so much fun, Bobano. Let's get to work right now, Ian. We have Boston Red Sox 74-60, 33-35 on the road to the Baltimore Orioles 60-73, 31-36 at home. We're at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. Baltimore, Maryland, Charm City. Let's get to the weather. Let me refresh the weather here. So we have the most recent information here. Let's get Ballpark Pal up as well. Oriole Park is the most offensive ballpark today. We have 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 74, 6.7 miles per hour out to left center. Gets up to 6.8, drops to 6.2. Not a big deal. Plus 8% overall runs, minus 1% homers, minus 4% doubles and triples, and plus 12% singles. Let's get into the line history here as well as the cash flow. Gonna probably have to get that. Oh no, the board refreshes itself. Okay, let's get into this here. Get over to MLB. And let's roll here. This is now Bobano can add any best bets he wants, but we're going to go right into college football after this. And I know a lot of you guys, he's also been spectacular in NFL. That's a week away. We'll get back to that next Thursday. And CFL, we've been running so hot. We are going to hear his picks for record-keeping purposes. We're not going to be able to break down those games today. We have the Boston Red Sox, and great Garrett Crochet is a huge move towards them. Wow, minus 160 to minus 197, a 37-cent move to Garrett Crochet and the Boston Red Sox. The total is an 8. It's minus 114 to the over. This did drop down to 7.5 at 12:07 a.m. So 7 hours and 5 minutes after it was first available at this book, they dropped it, and it was juiced to the over initially. They dropped it 7.5. Then it goes back up to 8 at 8:07 this morning, and now we had a big move. So at 11:10 a.m., you could have got the over 8 for even money. Now there's been 14 cents of movement on that 8. Overall, just 2 cents of movement towards the over. Let's get to the cash flow here for our 1:10 p.m. start. We're going to get back to baseball at 1 p.m., so we'll have an hour before the 2:10 games, Ashcraft, Michaelis. So we had in the Charismatic Quintana. We have 80% of the tickets on Boston, 68% of the cash. Bigger bets coming in on Baltimore. The books don't seem to be concerned by those bigger bets. 63% of tickets on the under and 77% of cash on the under. Crochet 14-5, 2.38 ERA, 1.06 whip. He's been spectacular this year, coming off back-to-back beautiful starts. The last one was a 12-1 win at Yankee Stadium. One run allowed as a solo shot, 11 strikeouts and 1 walk. On the road, he's been excellent. 24 earned runs over 14 starts. Very, very strong. 6 home runs allowed on the road, 9 at home. And his splits are fantastic. Cade Povich just keeps getting touched, coming off a 10-7 loss at home versus the Astros. Povich 5.13 ERA, 1.43 whip. He allowed 6 runs, 4 of which were earned in those 4 2/3. He has struggled at home. In 46 in the third, 32 runs allowed, 10 home runs allowed. Opponents hitting 281 against him. And this lefty gets hit by righties and lefties. I mean, you could say, he gets hit by, he's got the reverse splits, but righties hit him hard too. Red Sox versus lefties last 30 days, 249, 702 OPS. Orioles, very similar numbers, 249, 720 OPS. Red Sox bullpen, 3.80 ERA last 30 days. Orioles, 4.55. Take it away for us, Bobano. First game on the board, Red Sox, Orioles.
Yeah, to me, this is obviously, look, Boston's won all 3 games in this series. They're playing well. Baltimore's cooling off again. They were playing pretty good baseball, beating some good teams. It's been a very, very difficult stretch for them, though. And Boston is finding ways to win. Look at last night. They trail 2-1, and there's Cedar Rafaela with the 2-run homer in the 9th inning. A huge win for them, of course, as they're trying to stay with the Yankees and maybe track down the Blue Jays in the AL East. So every win's important right now for Boston. I could only look at a Boston first 5 minus a half, minus 135 and or a team total over in the first 5 innings. I think I could see that's what really does appeal to me. I just want to see what the team total is as far as first 5 is concerned. But I think I will make that official. Boston team total over 2.5 plus 100. First 5 team total for the Boston Red Sox, over 2.5 plus 100. I mean, Cade Povich, you are not the father, Cade Povich. He has not been good, obviously, at home. The Boston Red Sox have the potential to match up quite well with him. You look at Povich, he gave up 6 runs in just 4.2 innings against Houston in his last start. Not what you want to see. Philadelphia hit him pretty hard as well. Now, he did pitch reasonably solid in Boston against them, but at Camden Yards against this Boston team, he struggled, giving up 3 runs, 5 hits, and 4.1 innings in that game. So again, his one start at Camden Yards this year against this Boston team back in March, Povich gave up 3 runs and 4.1 innings. Bam, there's your first 5 team total over 2.5 right there. If he does that again here this afternoon. There's many different ways you could go about it. For me, none of them involve taking Baltimore because I think Crochet's just been that good, and Baltimore's really not hitting all that well lately. So this is, you either go Boston, maybe a run line full game, first 5 run line, but I'm going to go with team total first 5 on the Red Sox.
And that was over 2.5 at plus
over
100.
2.5. Yep, even money, plus 100.
Plus 100. I like that bet. That bet makes perfect sense. Yeah. Looking at all the options, I think Troy's bet probably, for me, makes the most sense. I mean, you could take the Red Sox on the -1 line. This is a total that did dip to 7.5, even though we have a juiced over 8, implying, despite the offensive ballpark, that there could be limited volatility. Red Sox are playing playoff type baseball. I like the double result. I mean, it's costly at this point, but -120 over at 365. Would I be better off just taking the first 5 minus a half? The full game is -205. I'm on the wrong one here. Let's go. The full game is -205, and the first 5 is -200. Does that surprise you that it's not more expensive to back Garrett Crochet first 5 rather than backing the Red Sox full game?
Yeah, it is actually, because you would think Crochet, you'd think it would be a little bit more pricey based on the quality of the starter. This is the ace of this rotation, to take that first 5 route. But you're right. It does feel like it's not as expensive as you think it could be.
Yeah, that's a concern. I mean, the Red Sox do have a bullpen advantage as well, and I guess I can hold on to that. Maybe that doesn't work perfectly. I'm going to make that decision here shortly, whether it is rolling with Troy on that Red Sox double result. I'll have to make that decision soon. That is game 1 here on the program. We're going to move very quickly into college football now. And Razor says, yeah, fuck the Orioles blowing last night's game. Yeah, that was upsetting for all of us on the Orioles. And Gorky, I wish we could bring you on for Nebraska Cincy, but we got to work very, very, very quickly here. Got to work very quickly with Bobano. We only have a short period of time, and we're going to get to games also on Friday and Saturday. But we have you tomorrow, and I can't wait for it, Gorky. And you can add, if you want to make official college football action, Gorky, tomorrow I'd be happy to open up the new spreadsheet for you and track it. Brandon Cummings taking Ty after 3 innings. There's Lamont Williams. Hope you had a great birthday. Let's roll on here now. Horse Nuts, or AKA Perky, in the house. Okay, let's get to work. Not all of us. You're right, Nasty Nate. Not all of us. And spreadsheet play today is the Red Sox first 5 minus a half. Wow. Okay, Red Sox first 5 minus a half is the spreadsheet play of the day from Ron Crawford. All right, let's get into college football. Bobano, we are very thankful to have you rocking with us here. And let's attack the board. The Friday and Saturday games, we're going to cut out. The Thursday games, we aren't, not big enough shelf life. So let's roll through these. We don't need to be too fast. We have you for 39 minutes. And I believe we can accomplish what we have set out to try to complete here. Let's go. 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the East Carolina Pirates at NC State Wolfpack. We're at Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina. Sold out Carter Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina. Just the 12th time in program history will these teams will NC State open up a college football season against their in-state rival, East Carolina. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This one, of course, popping off at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have North NC State right now, minus 14.5 at plus 102. You can still get 14s. A lot of 14s. But this opened up on August 11th at minus 11.5. On August 25th, on Monday, you could have got that 11.5. There was a huge move, a 2-point move to 13.5. It has been at 14 since Monday. It moved to 14.5 this morning. So a 3-point move towards the pack. Let's get to the total here for this one. We have this total sitting right now at 61 juice to the over. There are 62s out there. This opened at 59.5 and has climbed up to 61. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 71% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on NC State. Line moving pretty heavily towards them. 51% of the tickets and 75% of the cash on the over. Again, the line moving towards the over. All of this makes sense. Now, this is a rematch of what we saw in the Military Bowl. Pirates beat the Wolfpack 26-21, and it was alarming. And Dave Doran is, if he loses this, is the chopping block rolling out here for the Wolfpack. This is an angry group that's been sitting in the anger of losing to East Carolina. Last two games have been decided by 5 or fewer points. The one thing that hasn't happened is at Carter Finley Stadium, the Wolfpack destroy East Carolina. So there is a difference there. We have a Blake Harrell first full season at ECU. The Pirates lost an enormous amount from their defense in the offseason. Take it away for us, Bobano. Our first game on the board, East Carolina, NC State.
Yeah, I think both teams get their points here. I'm on over the total. It's already gone up a little bit, so we're not getting the absolute best because this was in the high 50s earlier on in the year. But I think we're going to see certainly the offenses be the better units, really maybe for both of these teams. I think I can say that with confidence for East Carolina. Their offense is going to be better than their defense. Katon Hauser, we saw when they made the coaching change last year, Mike Houston was dismissed in season. Blake Harrell took over. He gave John David Baker the offensive play calling duties as OC, and the team just ramped up the tempo, ramped up the pace, pushed the ball downfield, really looked for a lot more explosiveness, and it paid off. East Carolina was scoring points in bunches down the stretch of the regular season, and in the bowl game, they were able to have success moving the football, beating this NC State team. Obviously, in the bowl game last year. So I expect a pretty good offensive effort. Let's also not forget NC State's defense really fell down last year, and I don't know how much better they're going to be this year. They're trying to figure out some things on that side of the football entering this season. It was probably Dave Doran's worst defense last year, and like I said, could it be better? Yes, but we're not talking about an NC State defense that years ago was one of the tops, and now you're also breaking in new defensive coordinator with DJ Elliott. So, like I said, there's going to be some questions on that side of the ball. And I think this ECU offense could be able to take advantage of that. The concern I have here is for ECU is their defense. It still was a rough unit last year. And even though they were covering numbers and playing with great effort, intensity, because they really wanted to get Blake Harrell in as their permanent head coach, they rallied around that. And him being named the permanent head coach, and they got their way. You could tell they were playing for him hard down the stretch so he could be their guy. But the defense still struggled. They still had a hard time getting stops consistently. And when you look at some of those games where they did give up points, you didn't face a ton of Power 4 competition, and the schedule was a little bit light for East Carolina down the stretch last year. I do worry about that defense here, especially considering the fact that C.J. Bailey is a quarterback for NC State that got better as the season went on, and he could be in for a pretty good year. I did like the improvement we saw out of him as the season went along for NC State last year. Their offensive line looks to be in pretty good shape entering this season. So I think they're going to be able to protect. They're going to be able to open up holes for the run game, stay balanced. And there's also some potential that this team, NC State, might be looking to go potentially a little bit quicker. Obviously not the pace of East Carolina, but from what I'm hearing here with Kurt Roper now as the OC, he takes over after being the quarterback coach the last couple seasons. They may sprinkle in some tempo as well. So I like the offenses of these teams a little bit more than I like the defenses. Should see good pace. Weather doesn't seem to be a problem. I like over here in this game between East Carolina and NC State. Let me just find the best number that I'm going to make official. Let me just pull this up. But yeah, over the total, East Carolina, NC State, and I will lock that in at 60 and a half minus 120.
60 and a half at minus 120 for Bobano on the board for tonight's action. Let's move on to the next spot on the board that Bobano is attacking tonight. The Buffalo Bulls. A lot of hope for the Bulls this year. A rare situation in Buffalo. At the Minnesota Golden Gophers, we're at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Take a quick look at the weather here and see if there's anything to be worried about for tonight's action, and there is not. It's going to be absolutely beautiful tonight. 75, partly cloudy, 3 mile per hour winds. Noel, Brian Palmer, great group in the chat. Great to see you guys. Mike, I'm interested to see if you have a big difference here. I do not have a big difference on that. I have the first 3 at minus 210, first 5 minus 200. So let me know. I only checked 365, so let me know if there's something different for you. Let's get into the line history here for Buffalo, Minnesota. This one popping off at 8 p.m. tonight. I'm excited about this game. We have a total at 43 and a half. We have our guy AM talking about it. Says super close to this game. If Circa moves this to 43, he wants the under. I have a 43 and a half right here, slightly juiced to the under. This opened up at 45, so we've moved a 1.5 towards the under. Let's get to the point spread here from a spread perspective. We have Minnesota minus 17 and a half at minus 102. They opened up as minus 16 and a half, got up to 18 and a half, and now they're back at 17 and a half. It is juiced towards the Bulls. There has been a point move towards the Golden Gophers. When we take a look at the cash flow for tonight's spot, we have 59% of the tickets and 78% of the cash on Minnesota. 63% of the tickets and 82% cash on the under. Kong says Buffalo again. No bet yet, but I love Buffalo in this spot. We have, oh, you mean the minus a halves? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, at least for the books that I use, yeah, that's, to take the lead in the first 3 innings is difficult. We have Nuke Worker says Gophers taking the Bulls out to the woodshed tonight. Nuke Worker, no faith in the Buffalo Bulls and Pete Lembo. Let's talk about Minnesota. Year 9 for PJ Fleck, who was a former MAC champion winning coach. PJ Fleck is now signed through 2030, and he's brought a lot of stability and a lot of success to this program. Drake Lindsay, we will hear what Bobano thinks about this first-time starting quarterback for the Golden Gophers. We know that Darius Taylor is an absolute monster. Year 2 is the feature back. The offensive line has a lot of question marks, and we have a Buffalo team that believes in themselves. Yes, they're 1-11 versus the Big Ten since joining the FBS, but this is a team that's returning 10 defensive starters, has a 7th-year senior quarterback in Taquan Roberson, who is at Penn State, UConn, and Kansas State, and Victor Snow, the best wide receiver from last year, ready to attack, and then Al-Jay Henderson, a running back who's expected to do a lot of big things with the Bulls. Obviously, I'm excited about the Buffalo Bulls. Should I be, Bobano? Take it away.
I think tonight you can be. I think when you look at this Minnesota team, they're breaking in a new quarterback, Drake Lindsay. And when you're looking at a team that runs up scores as bigger double-digit favorites in non-conference play, PJ Fleck's not one of those guys. Okay, he's never been one of those guys. He looks to run the football, and they've made no secrets about this. With O-line concerns, protection concerns, a brand new quarterback coming in. Max Brosmer, of course, was one and done last year. They're going to run the football a lot. It's going to be a very run-heavy, and why not? They do have a very good running back in Darius Taylor, who is back here for this Minnesota team tonight. That being said, Buffalo had a very good D-line. Now, again, it's a MAC defensive line. I get that. But they are going up tonight against a Minnesota offensive line that is totally rebuilt. There's 3 new starters. There's got to be continuity if you're going to get off the ball strong and run the football as much as they want to. Buffalo has been able to hold it, well, last year at least, be able to hold their own. And, they've got, I think, a good amount of push up front that I think as the game goes on, Minnesota will get stronger running the ball because at the end of the day, there's probably a little bit of a size advantage for Minnesota's offensive line, but you're still breaking in 3 new starters. Buffalo's got a solid, D-line up front. I think that for the large part of this game, they can stop Taylor from having those explosive runs, and he's capable of getting them. But is he going to get them against, a Buffalo team that, has got a solid D-line and a Minnesota offensive line with question marks? You turn it around to the Minnesota defense, and Coy Parrish is outstanding. And in fact, I think their secondary could be quite good. But their own D-line and linebacking core has some questions entering this season. There's some personnel turnover there, and Buffalo has a great run game. Last year they did. The O-line looks like it's in very good shape for Buffalo. Majority of their starters back. Al-Jay Henderson, their lead running back, was terrific last year. I think Buffalo is going to be able to have some success running, move the chains, keep the clock moving. Neither team plays with pace. I think there's going to be lots of run both ways in this game, lots of run game. Taquan Roberson, say this, Minnesota has potential to get a pass rush, but it helps to have a guy that's got mobility. And Taquan Roberson, who's now the new starting quarterback for Buffalo after being at UConn, Kansas State earlier in his career, lots of experience too. He's been in the college game for a while now. He's got the ability to escape the pocket if there are any kind of issues with the Minnesota defense wreaking havoc. So I think when you factor in pace, you factor in both teams want to run the football and establish that. I think we're going to see, longer possessions. Time of possession will be big. You're going to see, obviously, not as many possessions in this game. And for a team that's got O-line concerns, that's breaking in a new quarterback, that hasn't always shown signs of being able to cover these big numbers in non-conference. I still remember 2 years ago being on Eastern Michigan at Minnesota, and Eastern Michigan could not move the football against Minnesota at all. They could not move the football against Minnesota. The quarterback was dreadful. I think they only scored 9 points in that game, and they still covered in defeat Eastern Michigan in that game. Well, Buffalo is a better MAC program than Eastern Michigan. They have a better offense tonight than Eastern Michigan had 2 years ago. I think this game is closer, and Buffalo finds a way to stay inside this double-digit spread. So Buffalo for me here in this one, plus 18 at minus 120.
Buffalo plus 18 at minus 120 for Bobano. We roll on. I made the decision that a double result at minus 120 makes no risk-reward sense. If the first 5 is minus 136 on the minus a half, why would I risk? Why would I? Just the bet should be over at that point. I don't need to. So I only took the first
2 because they used Chapman last night, and who knows if he's around. I think
God,
he threw 20 pitches too. So
isn't it crazy that these relievers 1 year will look lights out, unhittable? After
he looks
years,
like that right now. He's been ridiculous. It's crazy.
After years of vulnerability, it's just absolutely wild.
Where did this come from?
We have Buffalo Bulls plus 8. So I just moved on the first 5 minus a half. I'm running with spreadsheet, running with you guys. The risk reward doesn't make sense for the double result for me. I'll have it over at that point. We roll on. One more Thursday night game, and we've already set this one up. So I'm not going to bring much to it. It is the first meeting between the Huskers and the Bearcats since 1906. We had Wine Time give us Cincinnati plus 7 at minus 120 yesterday. Matt Rule and Dylan Raiola going up, and with Dana Holgerson as well, going up against Brendan Sorsby here for Cincinnati. We set this one up yesterday, so let's just hear Bobano's plan of attack. Nebraska, Cincinnati, take it away.
This is another over for me. When you look at Nebraska's offense this year, Dana Holgerson's the offensive coordinator. What does that mean? You're going to see more pace. You're going to see them play faster. You're going to see them throw the football a lot more. And I think Dylan Raiola, with an O-line that's very good, he's got a solid receiving core to work with. And Cincinnati, there's question marks, especially in that secondary. So it really does fit well for Nebraska offensively. They want to throw more. They should be able to throw more successfully here against Cincinnati's suspect secondary, playing with some pace. But here's the problem with, and here's the concern, because I lean with Nebraska too, with Kong and everyone that's liking Nebraska. I lean that way. I don't know if I love this Nebraska defense. They were a good defense last year. They lost a ton of production from last year. They're kind of starting from scratch on all, not from scratch, but there's a lot of new faces on all three levels of that Cornhuskers defense, D-line, linebacker, secondary. Okay, and Cincinnati does have a veteran, experienced quarterback here in Brendan Sorsby. He's been around a long time. I've never been a big fan of Brendan Sorsby, but I thought, he was solid at times last year. He's got to make better decisions. Times there's issues with him as far as ball security. But at the same time, if he does throw a pick six, it does help the over. So even if he does. So I think this is a game where I like the offenses both ways to produce and do some damage. So, I'll stop there so we can move along. Over 51.5, minus 110.
Over 51.5 here for Bobano. Over 51.5 at minus 110. And that concludes Friday action. As Bobano was mentioning, there are cappers in the chat, not named Wine Time Sports, who are on Nebraska. Kong's Clips give out Nebraska. We have Dougie Wise, his play of the day on Nebraska, and also our friend Kong.
I think Nebraska is a good amount better than Cincinnati. I agree with all that sentiment, but at the end of the day, it's first game of the year, and Nebraska laying a touchdown on the road. I'm not quite comfortable yet doing that. I like the over more, as you can tell.
I love it. But our friend Kong, who swept the board to get things started, has spoken. Friday, August 29th is our next game on the board. App State Mountaineers at the Charlotte 49ers. We're Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. And no Biff for us anymore, Bobano. I loved your Biff breakdowns. No Biff for the 49ers. We have beautiful weather here for this spot at Bank of America. Absolutely gorgeous. It's going to be 80 Fahrenheit, mostly sunny, 5 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for Friday night action. We have on a side perspective, App State now -5 at -109. Talk about blowing through a key number. Opened up at some books at 8.5. This opened up August 11th at 7.5. And now we have a 5, a huge move towards the 49ers of Charlotte. Let's take a look at the total here for this one. From a total perspective, we have a 49.5. It has been dropping. This opened up at 53 on August 11th. The books that came out before that opened it up at 53.5. Now we are down to 49.5. So a huge move to Charlotte and a huge move to the under. When we get to the cash flow here going to have to move over to Friday action here. Give me 1 second while that is loading. Okay, it's already loaded. So let's give you guys the info here for Friday. Here we go. For Friday. You know what? Here we go. Thank you. Sorry. It's annoying trying to move through these huge college football boards. 57% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on Charlotte. 62% of tickets on the over. 87% of cash on the under. Here we go. Ugly season for the Mountaineers. One we're not used to. First losing season at App State since 2013. First losing season at the FBS level. I was, and it appears to be a starting over spot. Swan and JJ Cole battling for the quarterback gig. We'll hear from Bobano, who has taken it. Kanye Roberts, the running back. Dalton Stroman coming back for the wide receiving crew. A tough year awaits, it looks like, for the Mountaineers. And then we have Charlotte, 5-7 last year, 4-4 in the AAC. Tim Albin takes over here. And we have transfers at quarterback, Connor Harrell and Grayson Loftus. A lot of question marks around who will be starting. Bobano, the expert, will lead us to the cash. Mountaineers, 49ers in Charlotte, North Carolina. Bobano.
Yeah, this is a interesting game because, we think of App State as this program that's been so consistent, so good, one of the better, group of 5 schools and programs in college football for several years now. A program that's usually recruited well. It's had a good defense, and that's had a well-balanced offense, and they put it all together, and they've been solid. And then last year happened, and it was just a terrible year for App State standards. It's what resulted in their coach getting fired. The defense fell completely apart last year on that side of the football. And both of these teams enter this game with new coaches, which is the interesting part of this situation, and new quarterbacks for that matter. So there's a lot of, putting it together. And this is where you have to kind of bank on the quality of the coaching in a game like this. When there's new quarterbacks, there's new systems, there's new coaching staffs on both sides. You want your money and your faith on the coaching staff that you think is quite simply going to do the better job. And there is no question in my mind going into this game that I trust one coaching staff a hell of a lot more than I trust the other. And the guy that I trust is Tim Albin here for Charlotte. I trust him quite a bit. He did a great job at Ohio. Look what he did last year. People picked Ohio to be way down last year going into the season. There were a lot of people thinking that there's not a lot back. What are they going to do? And the coaching job that he did, develop players, work with them, coach them up, make them better. He was able to do that. And what happened? Ohio goes all the way to the MAC championship game and ends up winning it. I love the hire of Tim Albin here for Charlotte. It should be a huge upgrade from Biff Poggi. I love saying the name, but there was nothing good to say about his coaching, in my opinion, at Charlotte. So, like I said, I think it's going to be an upgrade. Connor Harrell is going to come over here as the new quarterback for Charlotte from North Carolina. He, up and down, erratic, but at least he got into a handful of games last year at a Power 4 school. So I like that for Connor Harrell, the new quarterback for Charlotte coming into this game. I think the offense has the chance to take a step, and I think their defense is going to be potentially quite good, Charlotte, for their standards. Obviously, they've had struggling defenses in years past. And App State, I think they made a horrible hire. Dowell Loggins, you tell me what he did at South Carolina as an offensive coordinator that leads me to believe he was a good hire. His offenses weren't that good. They were in the bottom of the SEC or ranked near the bottom of the SEC the last couple years. He was the offensive coordinator there. They have A.J. Swan, who is one of these guys that goes from school to school and doesn't get any better. He was at Vanderbilt at one time. A.J. Swan's going to be the quarterback. I don't love that. I've never been a fan of A.J. Swan. I think he's too erratic. He makes mistakes like crazy. I think against an improved Charlotte defense, that's going to be a problem. And again, this App State defense was freaking miserable last year. Terrible. And I still have major concerns for them heading into this season. I'm not sure they're going to be shoring up the defense. And in fact, I think I like the Charlotte personnel and the Charlotte defense a little bit more than App State coming into the year. So, look, it's been a lot of support for Charlotte. We aren't getting the best of the number anymore. But I think there's very real potential Charlotte wins this game outright. I mean it. I think App State is just down, down, down. I think this coach hire was pathetic. And I'm willing to bet that it will show in week 1. So Charlotte plus 5.5, minus 112 at DraftKings.
You are in business. The 49ers being backed by Bobano with conviction. Sounds like a better
program is in decline. And you look at all the recruiting rankings for App State in the Sun Belt. They are getting beaten by a lot of programs that they never got beaten by as far as quality of recruits coming in. It's a big problem.
Got Old E in the house. Great to see you. And a big shout out to Felony who just signed up for the Cappers contest. Thank you. Building our pot. And we have the $1,000 bonus from Harbor Acres Cottages as well. Exciting stuff. We move on. Friday night action, Bobano, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. The UNLV Rebels at Sam Houston State Bearcats, Shell Energy Stadium in Houston, Texas. Beautiful weather tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We've seen both of these teams in action already. We have a total of 61.5. 61.5. This opened up at 58.5. This got up to 62.5 before there was a point of buyback at 61.5. Let's get into the point spread here for Friday night action. Who doesn't want a little college football Friday night action? Friday, August 29th. God, sounds like heaven. We have UNLV -9, -114. This opened at -13, but then everybody saw the Rebels play. And now it's -9, a 4-point move. Is it an overreaction?
We saw them play too on my little screen there at Woodbine. We were watching them play on Saturday too. That was good. Got that game up on the streams on right there at the track. Yeah.
Yeah, that was beautiful. 30.5-point favorites in Dan Mullen's first game. And good God, 38-31 victory. They were down 31-24 in the fourth quarter. They were outgained 555 to 539. They let Jordan Cook go for 380 passing yards on him. Absolutely wild. And then we have the Sam Houston State Bearcats. So Phil Longo takes over as head coach. We saw him in an offensive coordinator degree and a quarterback's coach degree in Ole Miss, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. And they lose 41-24 to Western Kentucky. Hunter Watson looked pretty good, threw for 200 yards, rushed for 91. This team, like we've seen last year, they can move the ball on the ground. But what happens when it's 3rd and 8? You don't convert. They were 2 for 17 on 3rd and 4th down. Take it away for us, Bobano. Rebels, Bearcats, Houston, Texas.
Yeah. Well, our first winner of the college football season in week 0 for the show last week was what? Oh, yeah, a Sam Houston State game over the total. Well, guess what we're doing here? The same damn thing. Sam Houston State over the total. And this is not just their defense. This is both defenses that weren't just bad. They were horrific last week in the first game of the season. Sam Houston was not good. Once Western Kentucky and Maverick McIver and the offense got it rolling, they couldn't stop them. And again, totally rebuilt defense this year, as I mentioned last week. I don't want to go into that, rehash it. If you heard me last week, you know what that's all about. Very little returning production from that good Sam Houston defense last year. But it's UNLV's defense that might have been even worse. I can't believe how bad they were against Idaho State. Blown coverages in the secondary, huge runs against that D-line. What happened to that D-line? They didn't get any pass rush. They were shredded in the run game. Like I said, blown coverages, missed assignments in the secondary galore. And that's Idaho State, who is not even a middle-of-the-pack FCS team. At UNLV doing that offensively to that UNLV defense. So, like I said, that's a huge red flag for me. The one thing I will say is the UNLV offense, especially as that game went on, it got better, it got stronger, and I can see them putting up some points here and having success moving the ball against Sam Houston. But I also see Sam Houston with the veteran quarterback, Hunter Watson, and their balanced attack, having its share of success here in this game on Friday night. So, like I said, I think both teams have success moving the football in this game. There is a chance of rain. I don't think it's going to be heavy rain. It looks like it's going to be the light showers type of variety. There's not going to be any wind, okay? And that's always the main concern I have when it comes to totals.
The rain is gone.
Oh, there you go. Wow.
No rain Friday night at all.
It won't be windy at all. So there you go. That's the weather now. The deck is clear weather-wise now for this to be the high-scoring game. I think it will be. So UNLV, Sam Houston State, over 61, -108.
You are in business, Bobano. We roll on. Saturday, August 30th, Mississippi State Bulldogs, 2-10 in Levy's first year. Wow. At the helm, it was bad. No wins in SEC play. At Southern Miss Golden Eagles, who have hope now in the Charles Huff era. Let's take a look first at the weather Saturday morning in Hattiesburg. Let's get to the Hattiesburg weather here on Saturday morning, and it is rain. It is rain all morning. We have heavy rain in the morning, but that's before the game starts. It becomes light rain by the time the game starts, but rain all day on Saturday. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Saturday, 12 p.m. We have a Mississippi State Bulldogs team at minus 12.5. They opened up at minus 11, went down to 10, climbed up to 12.5. We're at the high water mark, and it looks like we're going to see a 13 soon. It's interesting because I know that books that came out before, when was this? This line became available at first. It came available August 11th. The books that came out earlier than that were up to 14.5 points bet. So it does depend what book you're looking at to really judge which team this line's moving in the direction of. When we get to the total here for this one, we go from a total perspective. We have 61 minus 109 to the over. We get to the cash flow for the Saturday action. Let me find it here. God, they don't put it in alphabet or the chronological order. Here we go. We only have information on the side. 66% of the tickets on the Bulldogs and 73% of the cash. Steve G is on Mississippi State, but Matty Ice is on Southern Miss plus 13.5. Blake Shapen comes in as the team's starter. Baylor, he transferred from Baylor. We only saw him play 4 games last year. And we have the Charles Huff era of Southern Miss. Huff looked excellent with Marshall, 32-20, Sun Belt Championship. And who does he bring over? Braylon Braxton, starting quarterback, 19 touchdowns, just 2 interceptions, dual threat. Take it away for us, Bobano. Bulldogs, Golden Eagles.
This is basically Marshall Thundering Herd now dressing as Southern Miss Golden Eagles, because Charles Huff, the Marshall head coach, is now the Southern Miss head coach. He brings, his coordinators with him. He brings his quarterback, Braylon Braxton, with him. I mean, it is humble. It's like Marshall is now transformed into Southern Miss, and that's pretty amazing to see. So from a continuity standpoint, that definitely should help Southern Miss. No question about that. And we know Mississippi State hasn't always been reliable as double-digit fate. Here's the thing. I think Mississippi State, there's going to be spots to bet on them as the season goes on. I do think they're going to be improved. It's second year now for Jeff Lebby. He gets his best quarterback returning in Blake Shapen. Has he been great? No, he's been solid, though, at times. And I think now in this offense, which is going to look to be kind of an air raid, throw the ball a lot, it's probably going to be a benefit to him. I could see them scoring points. I do like their offense. And as much as Southern Miss has continuity both sides of the ball, you're still talking about a very powerful, O-line that could still have an edge there in the trenches against Southern Miss. So I think they move the football. But I think Southern Miss, look, they're set up well to move the football here. Braxton, good O-line, a lot of receivers, continuity, and a Mississippi State defense that was terrible last year. Absolutely awful. A Mississippi State team that lost as a big favorite of double digits to Toledo last year, if you'll remember. Lost to Toledo early in the season at home as double-digit favorites. So I wanted to back Southern Miss right away. I was kind of hoping they'd play someone other than Mississippi State, because I really legitimately do like Mississippi State to be better, and I think there's going to be spots to back them. But I'm still going to take Southern Miss, and I'm also going to take the over. In spite of the concerns of the rain, there is going to be pace on both sides. Southern Miss's offensive coordinator is going to play fast. Mississippi State under Lebby, they're going to play quick as well. I think both offenses have their share of success. So this is dog and over for me in this game. Southern Miss plus 13.5 minus 110, and over 60.5 at minus 110.
You are in business, Bobano. We stay on Saturday action. This will be the last college game that we break down with Ian. I'd love to hear his Hokies Gamecocks.
I'll throw it. I'll throw my bet out there at the end.
Perfect,
That'll be
because
quick. Yep.
we're going to cap that with Daby Cab, and then we need to hear CFL.
Yep.
So let's roll our final college football game with Bobano, 12 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, and this is a beauty. Northwestern Wildcats at Tulane Green Wave Yulman Stadium in New Orleans, Louisiana. The rain that they're dealing with in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, they're dealing with in New Orleans as well. It's thunderstorms as well. It's light rain and scattered thunderstorms. Again, that could mean so many things, and you need to keep an eye on what it means, because there's not a lot of wind. It's not cold. It's warm. So keep an eye on that for this one in Yulman Stadium. First time these teams have played each other since 1956. Let's get into the line history here. For this one, we have a total of 45.5. This opened up at 46.5 and has dropped to 45.5. Let's get to the point spread for this one as well. From a spread perspective, we have Tulane -6 and -113. It's exactly where they opened. This actually hasn't gotten off the number. Looked like it. I mean, there were 6.5s for a while for Northwestern, but I'm just looking at sixes here. And then let's get into the board, the cash. Let's see what we are dealing with here, and if I can find it quickly. And that is, yes, we have 67% of the tickets and 87% of the cash. Surprisingly to me, a little bit on the Northwestern Wildcats. A disappointing 2024 for the Wildcats. You know, now we're going to year 3 for David Braun. He's got to be better. His first year was so good. I think people got pretty excited about the direction, and then it kind of fell off last year. In comes new offensive coordinator Zach Lujan. 8 years at South Dakota State. They bring in senior quarterback Preston Stone from SMU. Summerall succeeded Fritz in 2024 in a 9-5 record. Their offense was spectacular, and we were watching with awe as Darian Mensah looked phenomenal, but he is gone, transferred to Duke. They also lost Mekhi Hughes, who had 1,400 yards rushing. In comes Jake Retzlaff from BYU, a senior quarterback. He had 13 games under his belt last season, 20 touchdowns and 12 picks. Tons of changes for the Green Wave, but they are favorites here. Take it away, Bobano. Wildcats, Green Wave.
And I am on Northwestern here, +6.5, -112. I'll just keep it brief. I think Northwestern, they're not usually a program that's able to get a quarterback like Preston Stone, but they did from SMU. And Preston Stone's a good quarterback. Now, did he tail off at the end of his tenure at SMU? Sure. But I think he's one of the better quarterback gets in the portal they've had in years. He could be one of the better quarterbacks Northwestern's had in years, because they haven't had great quarterback play these last few years, which has hurt David Braun. So I love the addition of Stone. The offensive line's got a lot of their pieces back. It's definitely a team that should be able to run the football. There's only 5 starters back for Tulane, and I love Summerall, and I don't love betting against him. He's a great coach. I trust him. I think Tulane is still going to be, once we get into AAC season, they're going to be good. They're still going to be in contention and all that, but they do lose a lot. Darian Mensah, the quarterback, is gone, and then, of course, the running back as well. The defense, excellent last year. There's no question about that. The D-line still looks pretty good, but they are reloading a bit in the back 7, linebacking core, and secondary. And now you're playing against a quarterback. Preston Stone could throw the ball with some success here. So I think it's a competitive game. I just think it could take Tulane a few weeks in non-conference play to kind of get the continuity together. And they will have the talent, and they will be good in AAC play. I just don't know if I'm ready to trust them here laying almost a touchdown in the first game of the year against, I think, an improving Northwestern team. So Northwestern for me, plus the points.
+6.5. And what was the juicy in?
-112.
You are in business. Excellent work breaking down the college football card. Later on in the show, we're going to be breaking down Gamecocks, Hokies in Atlanta, Georgia. And we would love to know, do you have an official pick for that game?
I'll just throw it out there quick so we can get to CFL. It's the underdog, Virginia Tech here, plus the points. And the reason why is because, look, the defense was very good last year for South Carolina, but they lost a ton on that defense. Many go into the NFL draft as very, very good draft picks in the draft. I think that's a problem right away for this defense. And if you're going to lay more than a touchdown, you know, you got to be able to get stops. And I think this South Carolina team, with everything they've lost on the defensive side of the football, they could be in tough. And this is the role we want Brent Pry in, the coach for Virginia Tech. Now, they've been miserable winning close games, but we're not asking them to win this game. You're getting a full, more than a touchdown with them. We're asking them to be competitive. Remember last year, Kyron Drones is back, very experienced quarterback. And this is a good role. They've been a pretty good, sizable underdog in the last couple of years, even though the program's been up and down. Let's not forget they were a huge dog at Miami. They covered wire to wire, and they probably should have won that game as well against Miami last year. So, yeah, I think it's just too shaky, too many concerns on defense. I like Lenore Sellers. I think the offense could move the ball. I think this could be an over, but the problem is the totals moved 7 points. This was 45 at one point, if you could believe it, and now it's 52.5. So big move in the total. I agree with it. But I think there is still value with Virginia Tech here in this game. So Virginia Tech plus 8. Plus 8, minus 110.
Plus 8 at minus 110. Beautiful work. We will be getting into the rest of the two other spots in college football after Major League Baseball. We're going to get into baseball next. Bobano moving on, Virginia Tech plus 8. Bobano, please hit me with your CFL action. We've been running so hot, and I'd love to have the time to break down the games with you. We'll
get
going
back
to have
to
the
that
time
next
moving
week
forward.
for sure. Yeah, next week will be back a normal Thursday. We'll have one NFL game, 1 or 2 college games, and yes, we'll also be able to include the CFL in my 1 hour that I am with all you fine folks every Thursday. So let me just, I'm trying to see what I want to actually go forward with. I'm going to do the side and the total in the Winnipeg-Saskatchewan game. I'm probably going to be on the Bombers here. Plus, it's one of these deals where Winnipeg, when they're getting these kind of points, I'm always interested. And remember, Saskatchewan is one of these teams where they start off hot last year and they kind of faded. And that was an ugly performance. I didn't like what I saw to Saskatchewan. And I know Calgary's good, but when you're playing a team that you lost to already and you play like that, that's a concern to me. The second half, they got shut out. I don't think Trevor Harris is fully healthy, too. He got banged up in that game. Now he's saying it's shaken up, but there's rumblings that maybe he got a mini little concussion. Well, I don't know how true that is, but like I said, Winnipeg, big win for them last week. Obviously, now look, Montreal was hurting, but they still got the job done. So I will go Winnipeg plus 5.5, minus 115 in that game, and I will go over 51, minus 120 in that game as well. I think it will set up because I still don't know about that Bomber defense. Yeah, you shut down James Morgan last week. Big deal. The defense still scares me for Winnipeg. So that I'm on. We're on Toronto Hamilton over.
Wait, can you give me the juice again? Over 51 at minus 120.
Minus 120.
And what was the Bomber side?
Bomber side was plus 5.5, minus 115. Yeah.
Very quickly, and I know we just got to rush and we're looking for action, but I can't. I haven't been able to bet that game yet. I don't want to fade Saskatchewan after the no-show, but I was shocked at that spread when it came out. I was like, 6? Are you serious?
They almost always play close games, usually, in
so I've not
Saskatchewan
moved.
in particular. So that's why I'm on that. Toronto Hamilton. I'm joining you with the double result, Ticats, because I want Ticats badly. I'm not laying 6 full game. I'm not asking them to win by margin, against a good Toronto offense, but I will ask them to win the game. We'll do the double result with look that up for me, Jimmy. Bet365 is kind of screwing up for me because that's where I bet it, and that's where I always find it.
It was plus 105.
Yeah.
When I bet it yesterday, it had been plus 110.
Yeah.
And then, this line's been bouncing all over the place.
We talked about this at the track. It's a slam dunk spot for Hamilton. They're off a bye. They've owned Toronto. Nick Arbuckle flying high off 52 points, but their defense still isn't very good. They gave up 35 in that game still, even though they won. Let's not forget that. So, yeah, Hamilton double result, and I'm going to be on the over in that game, too, even though it's a high total. Like 56.5, minus 110. I get it. Very, very high total, but I like it. So we'll lock those two in. Ticats double result. Over 56.5, minus 110. And then the last game, I've been on him every week since he took over at quarterback, Edmonton, Calgary. We're on him again. Cody Fajardo, perfect against the spread since he took over at quarterback. And now he's finding out how to win games as well. Edmonton Elks, plus 8, minus 115. Actually, no, let me just see what the best number is out. Yeah, plus 8, minus 115. best number out there right now with Edmonton. I know, look, it's not easy to step in front of Calgary. It's a very good team. But the last time they were favored by this many points, Montreal, a few weeks ago at home, they lost that game outright. I know Vernon got injured. PJ came in, but still, this is a bigger point spread, different point spread role for Calgary. You got to win and win by margin. I think Edmonton's playing too well right now, and I think we get a close rivalry game on Monday. Edmonton +8.
Yeah, the line, I moved on to 7.5. It moved to 7. I was like, exactly. It'll close at 6.5. And then it goes up to 9. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Great stuff, Bobano. Thank you for all of your insights. I'm going to be reviewing all of the college football and CFL action for Bobano. Also, of course, we did the matinee in Major League Baseball to get this started. Bobano's on the Red Sox first 5, team total over 2.5. And that game's just starting right now. I moved on the first 5 -1/2. Bobano, spectacular work. Tell us about what's going on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel that is so popular.
Well, we only did a 4-hour show, or almost 4 hours on Monday, talking college football week 1. So make sure you check that out. It'll be the longest show we do all year. All the games, Thursday, Friday games, every single one. And then the majority of the Saturday games, the Sunday games. And then, of course, Bill Belichick's debut Monday night, TCU, North Carolina. So make sure you check that out. I love to see that. 1-0 Red Sox already. Great start there. All right. And so check that out. We're on every Monday, College Football Hitting the Book show, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I think we might shift. We're going to have to shift it to Tuesday next week because I'll be gone at the Labor Day game. So we're going to do the show Tuesday, most likely next week. And then MLB Hitting the Books, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Good luck to you, everyone in the chat. Good luck to you, Jimmy, and we'll see you again next week.
There he is, Mr. Ian Cameron, firing away. Excellent work. It is time to get back to the diamond. Hit my high water mark of the season yesterday, and I just want more. Feel locked in. Feel like we're reading things appropriately. It's a very difficult task that we are attempting, and it's late in the year, and we're succeeding. Let's keep doing it. Please welcome our friend and star of Walk-Off Wagers every Sunday right here on Pub Sports Radio. Also, one of the stars of the Sauce Network. Please welcome our friend Morgan Spooner to the telecast. Spoondog, what's happening, man? How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Pretty good week so far this week, Jimmy. 5-4 yesterday. I was looking at the card pretty early on. I had much higher hopes, but a couple losses in the last inning were kind of tough, but really good. Feel like I've been seeing the board pretty well this last week or so. So trying to keep that rolling. Thursdays have been rough, obviously. So I'd like to turn that around here before the season completely ends.
We believe in you. JW, if you go to our YouTube page, the very first playlist is college football, my friend. Let's roll here, Spooner. We've got some very fun games here, and it is tricky to. Here we have. It's tricky to take the analytical approach to games or take the psychological approach to games or focus on the market. There's so many levels of MLB. And here we have an interesting one with Nabil Chrismat on the hill. We have 2 Colombian pitchers facing each other, Spooner. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for the country of Colombia. They care a lot about this baseball game here today. We also have in other sports, like when Russian goaltenders play against each other in hockey, they elevate their game. I don't want to get too caught up in it. It's just this is a bit of a psychological twist on this spot here at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. These Diamondbacks 65-69, 31-37 on the road. Brewers 83-51, 45-23 at home. We're at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We got MMA Locker Room in the house. Baseball cappers are uniting to get paid here. Let's get into the weather to get things started. Yes, in Milwaukee. 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 71. That roof will be open. It doesn't the wind doesn't do too much damage, but it's blowing 9.4 miles per hour left to right. Across the diamond gets up to 11.3 miles per hour. We have Ballpark Pal giving American Family Field minus 8% overall. It's plus 12%. 12% homers, minus 6% doubles, triples, and minus 13% singles. J-Dub, my pleasure, man. No worries, man. Thank you for caring. I mean, this is what I will always gravitate towards the people who care the most. So thank you for caring about the college football playlist. Let's have a monster year, J-Dub, my man. Here we go. Nabil Chrismat is the wild card, a journeyman A journeyman. When I first saw the name Nabil Chrismat, I was like, who the hell is this guy? And I was like, how do I not know him? After I was like, this guy's been around for years. What the hell? This is not some kid coming out of Colombia that we've never heard of. Nabil Chrismat is a journeyman here. He's throwing 9 innings and I have still his baseball reference here. I've had it up for 18 hours. Nabil Chrismat here. And let's go. So again, this guy's been around. This guy's been in the major since 2020. This guy was coming out of the bullpen for the Padres in 21 and 22. I don't remember. I don't remember, man. I don't remember you, Nabil, and I apologize for that. In the minors this year, he spent a lot of time in the minors. He has had 13 seasons in the minors. He's thrown 889 innings in the minors, just 186 in Major League Baseball. This year, he has pitched in AAA Lehigh Valley, 19 starts there, a 4.04 ERA. Get off my screen. There we go. A 4.04 ERA, a 1.24 WHIP. He threw 100 innings there. He just can't get strikeouts. There's no place for you in Major League Baseball unless you can start if you can't get strikeouts. When you come from the pen, you have to be able to get strikeouts. This man cannot do it. But he got 4 strikeouts in his last appearance, August 23rd. 4 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks, a 10-1 win at home over the Reds. His last start, he went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 6-5 loss at the Rockies. So that was in the thin air of Colorado. Going up against the lefty Jose Quintana, 10-4, 3.32 ERA, 1.25 WHIP. He's coming on a 5-4 win at home over the Giants. He went 5 1/3, 2 hits, 2 earned runs. There were solo shots, 2 strikeouts, and 2 walks. At home this year, he's had 9 starts, 48 innings. He's allowed 23 earned runs in those 9 starts. He's not been that good at home. The splits are strong. The Diamondbacks are hitting lefties right now. 271, 777 OPS the last 30 days, while the Brewers are 283, 860. Diamondbacks bullpen, 4.4 ERA. You don't want to have action on the Diamondbacks in a tight game late. You need there to be separation, but they haven't been too bad last 30 days. And the Brewers, Megel now on the IL, 3.59 ERA for the last 30 days for the Brewers bullpen. Take it away, Spooner. Oh, I didn't do sorry, let me get into the line history and the cash flow, crucial spots here, and I apologize. So let me just grab them quickly. And then, you know what, Spooner, why don't you give the cash flow, because I got to switch it over to baseball. So you give the cash flow. I'll just give the line history. We have the Brewers at minus 150. They opened up at minus 165. I mean, it's the same old story. Every single day, the market is not saying the Brewers are a slam dunk. Shout out to Wine Time Sports, who had his big balls dangling around with the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday at plus 127. An extremely ballsy bet that paid dividends. When we get to the total here for this one, let's go over here. The total, we have a 9. It's opened up at 8.5. It was juiced to the over. It moved to 9 at 8:25 a.m. At that time, it was pretty heavily juiced to the under. Now it's almost a pick'em. Spooner, this game pops off in 56 minutes. Take it away, Diamondbacks Brewers.
Yeah, just to start with the market, we have 68% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on the Milwaukee Brewers, 50% of the tickets on the over, and 53% of the money on the over. This line's come down a little bit in favor of Arizona, and the total has gone up basically 10, 20 cents, depending how you look at it, but half a run. So there's I think the books are kind of telling you at least one of these pitchers is going to give up some runs, if not both. I'm on the Milwaukee Brewers minus 1 here. Real quick before we get too into it, that Red Sox Baltimore game, I have the over 7.5 minus 115. I tweeted it out last night.
Beautiful.
So
Beautiful, that run helps.
You were mentioning, like, this guy's been around the major leagues now for 5 or 6 seasons. He's never really been able to break into any sort of regular routine in the majors. He can't break 90 miles an hour with a single pitch. It's a really hard mix to be successful with. As you mentioned, he features his changeup used the most at almost 40% of the time throwing it. It's a pretty decent pitch, but it doesn't offer a lot for swing and miss. And we've seen it in the minors. Like, he's got a few games this season where he's given up 6-7 earned runs versus AAA lineups. I think this Milwaukee Brewers lineup is set up to have a pretty good day. I think they can find ways to get runs off him. also has some control issues. We saw it against the Reds there earlier on. 3 walks pretty quick into the game. He ended up getting through 4 innings. I'd be surprised to see him go past 4 innings in this game. And when we're talking about 5 innings of an Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen, I don't see any way the Milwaukee Brewers find a way to lose this game. Jose Quintana, I mean, he's not, you can call him a journeyman because he's been on a few different teams, but I mean, he was a linchpin for that White Sox rotation for a long time, just going out there getting 200 innings every single year. And this year he's looked really sharp. His last 3 games, 1 earned run to Pittsburgh, 1 earned run to Cincinnati, 2 earned runs to San Francisco, and going past the 6 inning mark in all those games. I think he comes out here, pitches pretty well. I could see him giving up a few runs to this Arizona lineup. Just trying to pull up to see what the official lineup was at this point, but there's only a few bats at the top of it that I'm really worried about. You have Marte, Perdomo, and Carroll, and then once it gets past that, I think it's going to be a really easy day for Quintana. Diamondbacks haven't been destroying lefties the way they were earlier in the season. They did just get 6 off Abbott and 6 off Gomber, but besides that, they're putting a lot of 1s and 0s on the board versus pretty average pitchers. Andrew Heaney, who just got DFA'd, went 5 innings pitched, 0 earned runs versus this team. This is just a Milwaukee Brewers spot for me. The -1 to shave the juice off. I got -113 on that last night. You can get a better number on that now.
Can I ask, Spooner, have you, if as a rough estimate, I mean, you don't need to go over your spreadsheet right now, but over the last, let's say, month, the Brewers have been winning and winning and winning. TJ's been betting them and betting them and betting them and betting them. The market has almost never intimated that it's a slam. Go bet them. Like the Red Sox is not necessarily going to be. We'll see what the outcome of the Red Sox game is. But a 35-cent move to the Red Sox is the book saying we're concerned with the Red Sox action. We've not been getting this at all. And so several times the line's gone against the Brewers. Have you been on them often when the line's gone against them over this last month?
I've gotten on them a few times. Sometimes that line just comes down too much, and you're like, this is a Milwaukee Brewers team. They find ways to win. Like we mentioned a few times, you look at that lineup and you're like, it doesn't really make sense how they're this offensively potent, but I look for ways to back the Brewers. Probably at the beginning of the month, I was not looking for a ton of ways. It just seemed like they were running too hot. You can't really explain it, but you can't always explain things in baseball. And I don't get the market movement here, but like you said, this is a constant thing with this team. They don't get any market respect. Probably part of it has to do with them being a small market team. I think some of the larger market teams just inherently take more money because there's more people that follow those teams. There's more people around those teams. And the Milwaukee Brewers don't have that effect. There's not, like in Milwaukee, there's a lot of Brewers fans, but if you go to any random state in America, there's not a lot of Brewers fans you're going to find out there. This is a team that hasn't gotten a lot of respect in the playoffs. They have a lot to prove. But I think for the rest of the regular season, this is a team I'm going to look for situations to back them. They're obviously going to cool down at some point, but I don't think it's going to be against Nabel Krismet. There's a reason this guy, you've never heard of him when you've been capping baseball very tightly for the last 6 or 7 years. I mean, he's never been able to go past like 25 innings in the majors because he just gets exposed so quickly. I think these Brewers can expose a really good pitcher. I like that Colombian angle, both pitchers going off. Maybe it does make Krismet step up a little bit, but that Diamondbacks bullpen still has to come in at some point.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And JW looking at the over 8.5. I'm going to, and Matty, I was shocked when I was like, wait a minute, this guy's a journeyman. Let's bring on our producer because I really am interested in whether or not, I know it's a big deal that these two pitchers are pitching against each other. And, Jose Quintana being the class of Colombian pitchers, for a long time. Let's hear what our producer has to say about this one. Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, the backbone of pub sports radio, our friend, Jean-Claude Bouquet. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing all right. Excited to talk about baseball today. Should be a very interesting slate. A lot of big favorites.
Topset says, how is Milwaukee not -170 here? It's absolutely wild. We got Tommy's easy cash play today. I need to ask you about this Colombian angle. I don't look. It's gone from 8.5 to 9. I'm just not in the business of being smarter than baseball. So I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to romanticize my love for the sport, which is back. It went away my first couple of years doing this publicly. It went away. I got my ass kicked, and it went away. When I went down to Costa Rica, other than horse racing, baseball was my favorite sport. When I went down to Costa Rica, that went away, and that's what struggling in the sport does. But it's back. Jose, do you play into this two Colombian pitchers facing each other angle?
I don't. I think Chris Back gets touched up here personally. But, the market will always be against the Brewers for whatever reason, it seems.
Well, I did cash my over 82.5 wins at -115 on the Milwaukee Brewers on Tuesday.
I congratulate you. I'm still trying to get 86.5 from the Red Sox.
Now, can you believe how low this line is on the Brewers? Now looking at the +280, I'm like, that wasn't a good bet. Honestly, like there were times when they were double digits. They were 1,200 and 1,300 when the Cubbies were rolling
for the division.
Yeah, +280. That's all. I think. Well, whatever. But hopefully we can get there. Spooner has moved on the Brewers -1 at -113. Jose Bouquet, no action for you here.
No action for me here.
You on anything in that Red Sox game, Jose?
I am not. I expect the Red Sox to win, though. I've had the same issue Jimmy's had with the Brewers with the Red Sox. I just sit here, watch them win every day, and I'm just like, maybe one day I'll bet them. Maybe one day. We'll see. But nothing here for me. I did lean over, though. I agreed with you there.
We have just my 2 cents in the house. And look at this. Nut Flush Allen says, I don't recommend this, but I'm going for a huge score in this game in Milwaukee. Team total over 6.5 +210. Team total over 7.5 +320. Team total over 8.5 at +480. We roll on. Next up for us, 47 minutes away. It was a spectacular call, Spooner, on the under in Rockies Astros yesterday. And I should have gone there. Psychologically, it fit everything that I was feeling after Tanner Morgan has a great start. Chase Dollander, they're young guys. You hand it but I didn't get there for whatever reason. And maybe it was Framber. I don't know. I should have got there. You laid it out on a tee for us. You were in our chat. You told us you were on it. I should have got there. I did not. By the way, Razor Sharp Picks is on Arizona in that first one. But let's talk about this one. Dyken Park in Houston, Texas. We have Kyle Freeland, 3-13, 5.31 ERA, 1.52 WHIP. Last start, 5 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 homers, 6 Ks, 3 walks, and a 5-1 loss at the Pirates. On the road, he started 13 games this year. He's been better on the road than he's been at home. 37 earned runs allowed. Over 73 innings. 12 home runs allowed. He's only allowed 6 at home. Opponents hitting .271 against him. And righties get to him. 310, 860 OPS. Going up against the great Jason Alexander. This guy's a new man in these Astros unis. Last start, 5 1/3, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and a 7-2 win at the Orioles. It was Cade Povich and Jason Alexander. I thought, facing a team twice in back-to-back starts is not easy. And those are, the Orioles for Jason Alexander, the Astros for Cade Povich. It's not easy. I expect them both to pitch better today after that experience. Lefties hit Jason Alexander hard, Spooner. And if you could touch on the lefties in the Rockies lineup, because often it's just Mickey Moniak at times. Like if you could look at the lefties in this lineup that you think can get to.
You only have 2 lefties in the lineup today. It's Mickey Moniak and Yanikel Fernandez, the DH. Not 2 lefties you're worried about that much. Obviously, Moniak can swing the stick pretty well, but I mean, that's a good chance for Jason Alexander to get comfortable. Moniak's hitting out of the 2-hole. Fernandez is hitting out of the 9-hole. So he's going to put 6 batters in a row from the right-hand side and be able to get pretty comfortable just using the same pitch mix to get every single batter out. I think Jason Alexander matches up really well with this Rockies team. He's a pitcher I've been pretty impressed with throughout the course of the season. I believe his AAA catcher is up here catching the game today for him. You don't have 2 of the big bats in there for the Astros, and it's because they're both lefties. And if we look at Kyle Freeland's stats, he really struggles with righties. So they just have 8 righties stacked through the 1 through 8 hole for Houston. No Sanchez, no Alvarez in the lineup. I don't think Kyle Freeland matches up really well. You mentioned I was on that under yesterday, and I was looking at the 9 last night, and I kind of was seeing some of the sharper books start to move it down, and I thought it would be another decent chance to get there with the under, but I just look at Kyle Freeland. Sometimes he goes out on the road and he looks really, really good. I mean, this is a pitcher that's not new to baseball. He's been around pushing 10 years now, and he's always been really, really good stuff on the road. But this season with righties, there's just so much. He just gave up 5 earned runs to the Pittsburgh Pirates lineup. If the Pirates can do that to him, I really expect Houston to be able to do the same thing. So I just didn't want to get there with the under. I looked at isolating maybe Colorado Rockies team total under because I expect Jason Alexander to pitch really well. I couldn't do that either. He's a young pitcher. We go back, the 24th of July was the last time he had a bad start, and that was 6 innings pitched with 5 earned runs. I mean, just over and over again, he goes out there and pitches really well. I don't think this is a spot where he gets touched up, but it's too big of a price for me to lay a -1 with. I didn't really know how to attack this game. I ended up leaving it off once I crossed that under off. There's just too much variance there with what you get from Kyle Freeland, and maybe the market's telling us that he's going to pitch well here, but when you have a just lineup stacked with all those righties, and then you have Sanchez and Altuve ready to, or not Altuve, but Sanchez and Alvarez ready to come in and pinch hit the second Kyle Freeland leaves the game. I just think there's too many runs in this game.
I've stopped believing in Kyle Freeland ever. I don't fade him that often, but I've stopped backing him. I will not. I can't keep making the same mistakes. And it's something we talk about over and over and over again on the show, that you have to be consciously aware of the mistakes you're making. Sometimes it's with a pitcher, sometimes with a team. For me, it's again, I love baseball, and that makes me kind of gravitate towards these journeymen. And this one's cost me a fucking money. This total, though, it seems very appealing to the under. Opened up at 9, -112 to the under. Turnbuckle Tommy's easy cash play today's on the under. It's now at 8.5, -113 to the under. It's a pretty appealing move there. On the money line, we have the Astros at -237. They opened up at -220. You know, that's a much more appealing number than what we saw with Hunter Brown on the hill. When we get to the cash flow here, you would think that the cappers who included the Astros in their parlays in that Morgan Brown spot won't bet the Astros for this series. At least 71% of the tickets, 78% of cash on the Astros. I kind of like the line at -237. The over is 57% of the tickets. The under is 57% of the cash. The Astros have had very little power against lefties. Matty Ice was saying here that one of the worst teams are lefties over the last 2 weeks. I have their numbers over the last 30 days. 242 with a 686 OPS, while the Rockies versus righties 245 with a 694 OPS. Rockies bullpen just a taint hair under 6 earned runs over 9 innings. And the Astros bullpen's been really bad. 4.97 ERA over the last 30 days. Jose Bouquet, did you find anything appealing here?
I did not. I did lean under again, just because, I've had a general belief in Kyle Freeland the whole year. Jason Alexander could probably bank on pitching well against a bad Rockies lineup. I leaned under, but I didn't get there. I wasn't confident enough to move on the play.
Yeah. No, I mean,
maybe it's the same thing. You see what you see yesterday and you want to go back to it. One of those things for me, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the run line is, whether it's between -115 and -125. I think that is probably a look here. I think that you could say, I think it'd be fair to say, is -220. Is that fishing people in for Astros Miami? It's not that big of a favorite, really. I mean, if we're talking about a Rockies team that's 33 games under 500, on the road against the Astros team that's 11 games over 500 at home. Bricky Bobby looking at Astros first 5 team total over 2.5. Coin looking at that, it just says that first 3 under 2.5 plus 100. I'm not going to get there. Papa Ricky, our guy, Ricky Levine, says Freeland is 11-0 to the under following a non-quality start. Wow.
Ricky! Sorry, it's like Tourette's.
No, it's nice. Nice to see a little emotion, buddy.
It hits
That's really
me
hard to
sometimes
believe.
like Tourette's. Gotta say it.
What, Spooner, you shocked at that stat?
Yeah, so like just if we look at his last 5 starts, 3 innings pitched versus Cleveland, gave up 2 earned runs, not a quality start. So his next start you'd expect to be good, and he goes out there 4 2/3, gives up 6 earned runs. Next time he doesn't have a quality start, the 18th versus the Dodgers, 4 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, and then it's his last game again. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates, 5 innings pitched, 5 earned runs.
Just gotta make sure everyone's awake right now. I hope everyone's awake now after that, by the way. Half the chat just got scared. Cats were scared. Everyone's awake now. I'm glad.
Let's roll on. I don't.
It's a really tough game. I couldn't pull that trigger on the under last night. Even seeing it at an 8.5, like if I woke up with that 9 in my pocket, I wouldn't feel that good about it.
No, I kind of do like. I kind of like the under on the travel day, but I don't know if I can get there. Let's roll on. Wow. Okay, let's roll on. 2:15 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Pirates, St. Louis Cardinals. The game yesterday had 2 pitchers with kind of average statistics, both hovering around the 4 ERA, and it was the under 7.5 was juiced to -117 or -118 the whole time. The first 3 under 2.5 was -150 at 365. I know that coin found at -130, but that, and it was just a slam dunk under. And those are the profiles that we need to look for when, it's clear that the books are setting a line where they don't want you to bet something. They're opening up their arms to the over, and that's why it was spectacular. And it should have been the birthday pick, and I apologize for it. No, it's the only thing I doubled up on. I don't know why. I guess it was just 5 hours into the show, and I went with the dream because I was confident in that spot. But I do apologize. It should have been it, but I digress. Let's go. Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. We have the Pirates hitting .210 with a .590 OPS versus righties last 30 days. Horrific. And the Pirates are starting to hit. No power, of course, because it's the Pittsburgh Pirates, but .253 with a .711 OPS. Let's roll here. Let's get into the weather in Busch Stadium, St. Louis, Missouri. We have 80 Fahrenheit. Feels like 81. 5.1 miles per hour out to left. Dies down at 4.6 miles per hour. When we get to a ballpark pal, they have Busch Stadium -2%, -4% homers, -7% doubles and triples, and +4% singles. Turnbuckle Tommy on first 3 -0.5 at +130. Interesting. Backing Braxton Ashcraft has been fantastic. Matty Ice liking the Pittsburgh first 5, St. Louis full game, but just it didn't bet it. But he likes that. And Justin McKelvey Triolo over 1.5 bases at +120 for our guy Justin McKelvey. Stacks play today, numero uno.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
The first thing that I want to look at here is what Michaelis has been doing after horrific starts. I think that is the first thing that's kind of that I have a feeling, and then I don't want to talk about it if I don't have the actual statistics in front of me. So let's go to his game logs here, that he pitches okay after these bad starts. His last terrible start, 5 earned runs over 3 innings at Chavez Ravine, came back with a quality start, 2 earned runs over 6 2/3 versus the Rockies. That's not too hard. The last time before that, he had a terrible start. He allowed, this is, now, you know what, now I remember, we talked about this here. We talked about this. Now, it's not, well, the last time he had a terrible start before this, 5 earned runs in 4 innings against Arizona. Then he shut out the Padres over 5 innings start after that. When he allowed 8 earned runs at Chicago, he came home and he shut out the Washington Nationals in 5 2/3. Now, it didn't happen the only time. So that's all of those, bad starts. It didn't happen when he had a bad start on June 28th. He allowed 6 earned runs at Cleveland. He came back, went to Chicago, and he allowed 8 earned runs. Then he came home. One of the things that we've noticed about this is every time he's had a bad start in this run, his next start's been at home. So when the next start was on the road, he got lit up again. But every time that he's come back home, he's had another very strong start. So again, it's a pretty interesting situation. It allows 4 earned runs in 4 innings on May 28th at Baltimore. Comes back and has a quality start in 6 innings at home versus the Royals. He allows 8 earned runs in 2 2/3 on April 6th at Boston. Comes back and has a home start against the Phillies. Allows 3 earned runs in 5 innings. So an interesting angle there. Let's get into the line history. And we talked about Busch Stadium -4, -7, and then +4 for singles. When we get to the line history here, we have the Cardinals at -111. They opened up at -126. The Pirates gone from +114 to +103. I think it's fair to say when you have Ashcraft pitching the way he is, he's been great on the road. He's been great everywhere. Splits are excellent. That you see a pitcher with a huge advantage and a plus money sign beside the Pirates, that the 10 cents of movement or 15 cents of movement wouldn't necessarily bother me if I still want the Cardinals. So it wouldn't bother me because I can explain it. So then from a total standpoint, we have an 8.5. It's -115 to the under. This opened up at 8.5. It dropped down to 8 and got back up to 8.5. We've had 11 cents of movement to the under, which again makes us think that Michaelis will pitch well. Everybody just watched a very low scoring game, which I think will affect things as well. Coin says, look at Pittsburgh first 5. So let's talk about the price difference and let's ask Jose what his expectations are. And here we go. We have the Pirates at bet 365, full game at +100. Jose, what do you think they are first 5?
I would guess that they're probably favored first. Well, I mean, yeah, they've got a big advantage first 5. So -120 first 5.
Very close, -115, 15 cents advantage, and they are a favorite first 5 in the dog full game. So well put together. That last start for Ashcraft, 2.70 ERA, 1.18 WHIP, been great. 1 home run allowed in 46 2/3. It's been spectacular. I'm not trying to poke holes in Braxton Ashcraft. He's been excellent in every situation. Coming off 9-0 win at home, 5 innings, 6 Ks, no earned runs allowed, 1 walk. And then Michaelis is a Jekyll and Hyde pitcher. He's a very, very tricky guy to cap. His last start in George M. Steinbrenner Field, hitter's ballpark, 2 2/3, 4 earned runs, 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 jacks. I mean, he looked terrible. 1 strikeout, 1 walk. At home this year, he's been pretty trustworthy. 27 earned runs in 12 starts. He's been pretty good. Points hitting 228 against him. Now he has a problem, and that problem is left-handed bats. And we've talked about this with the Pirates. I mean, Horwitz, Reynolds will hit from the left-hand side, O'Neill, Cruz, Sawinski. So they are pretty good left-handed bats. It's not that, I mean, their stronger bats are left-handed and the switcher there with Brian Reynolds. You have the Pirates bullpen pitching poorly. The Cardinals bullpen pitching mediocre, 3.90 ERA last 30 days. So let's go. Jose Bouquet, Pirates, Cardinals, take it away.
I mean, yeah, I was leaning Pirates, the line movement and all that stuff, but it feels like it should be a Pirates first 5 look. Pirates bullpen, just to set that up for you guys here, just had it. 13 from Dennis Santana, 8 from Isaac Madsen, Mlzinski, and Bubba Chandler, all 3 yesterday for them. We've got Kyle Nichols, Colin Holderman. Just not the names I love to back here, but I do think that our guy Braxton Ashcraft can go 5 innings here. He's gone 5 innings back-to-back starts, 1 hit, no earned runs against the Rockies, terrible team, who, by the way, hit righties better than the St. Louis Cardinals this month. So just for the record there. Yeah, he also dominated the Cubs as well in his last appearance before that. And the Chicago Cubs also hit righties better than the St. Louis Cardinals as well. Pirates at 98 weighted runs created plus against righties, which is 21st, which is not good. But St. Louis is 29th, 69 weighted runs created plus against them. The Cubs, by the way, are 76, one right in front of them here. So I do lean Pirates here, and it seems like it'll be more of a first five look than a full game look for me.
So I have a question here, and then we'll go into Spooner for you, Jose. Yesterday, this game at 365 was a 7.5, and it was minus 120 to the under. So here we have a 8, and it's minus 120 to the over. So it's more than a half run difference, obviously. Yesterday, the first 3 under 2.5 was minus 150. So we have more than a half run difference, but it's an 8 minus 120 over yesterday. 7.5 minus 120 to the under. Yesterday's first 3 under 2.5 was minus 150. What do you think today's is?
Minus 120.
Minus 105.
Oh, well, Jimmy, that's one of the scenarios. If we were a better gambler, you take the other side.
That's crazy.
You take the other side of that.
Minus 135 to the over 2.5 to me on an 8. I don't think I've seen that all year. Now I'd have to look at the 8s that are minus 120 to the over, but that is absolutely nuts that I've got to kind of sit with and think about for a little bit. Spooner, we are 37 minutes, is that right? 35 minutes away from first pitch here. Take it, or 33 minutes away from first pitch at Busch Stadium. Take it away for us, Pirates, Cardinals.
So one thing that was factored into yesterday's game that's not for this game is that Bubba Chandler was announced that he was going to come in and pitch a decent amount of the innings. He came in, and there's nobody else in the Pirates bullpen that can eat innings like that and be as effective as Bubba Chandler. It's one of the better younger arms in baseball right now. So that's not factored into today's total. And that first 3 is always going to be built off the full game total, even if they do make some changes to it. This is a Pirates first 5 spot for me. I bet it last night. I got plus 105 on bet 365. Braxton Ashcraft, I expect him to be out there for probably about 70 pitches. So there's a chance he doesn't get through the entire 5 innings, but they've talked about working his arm up and having him be a starter for next year. And I think throughout the course of the season, while a lot of these younger pitchers are starting to get their innings capped, I think he's going to start to get a little deeper into games. There's no official quotes on his pitch count, but just looking back at articles from, say, a month ago, they talked about working his innings and pitch count up, and then we've continued to see that over his last 5 or 6 starts. He's gone from not getting out of the 4th inning to getting into the 5th inning consistently. He's got just really nice stuff. His favorite pitch is a slider. He throws most of the time. It's 92 miles an hour with a ton of break on it. He's got a 98 mile an hour fastball, a curve, and a sinker to go with it. Just a really impressive pitch mix for a pitcher. I can see why they want to limit his innings. Anybody that throws that hard, there's always the concern with Tommy John. The slider 4-seam combination with that much power, it's really hard to hit, but in the long run, it's hard to keep up. You see it with a lot of great pitchers. But while he's healthy, I'm going to look for ways to back him. And I mean, this Cardinals lineup versus right-handed pitching has been absolutely putrid. Like they're not seeing good right-handed pitchers, and they're not hitting them. I just looked down the list. Dollander went 5 innings, pitched 1 earned run. Luis Heel did when Heel was hurt or coming back from injury. It's his only good start. Will Warren pitched in the 5th, 1 earned run. Yuri Perez, 1 earned run. They tagged Cabrera for 4, but all he could do was just throw the ball right over the center of the plate in that game. He was coming off a game with a bunch of walks, and Sandy Alcantara had one of his best starts of the season versus this Cardinals lineup. Ryan Pepio went 5 innings, pitched 0 earned runs. Oviedo, 4 innings, pitched 1 earned run. Their most offensive game recently versus a righty was off Mitch Helen-Keller there. So I don't look for that to continue. Miles Mikolas has pitched a ton better at home this season. That's for sure. I kind of like where you're going with backing him off a bad game, looking for him to have a good game the next time. But I just think the bad game there in Tampa Bay, I mean, it's not necessarily a case of him pitching poorly. It's a case of him pitching exactly how he does and doing it in a AAA park. So I just think he was really uncomfortable there. I don't make a ton of that last game. I think that's basically how it should have been. I mean, he had 10 hits before the third inning was let up and they had to pull him out. I see the Pirates getting to him. Of recent, they've been hitting right-handed pitchers. They got 7 off Palante, 4 off McGreevy, 5 off Senzatella, 2 off Chris Bassett. This Pirates lineup looks about the same on paper as the Cardinals lineup does, but they're playing a little better right now. And the Pirates have played better on the road for a month now. They're in the top half of baseball in all their offensive statistics. I think this is just a first 5 spot for the Pirates. I don't like anybody coming in after the bullpen has to come in, and probably is a Cardinals spot full game. I played around with that last night as well, but when I saw plus 105 available on the Pirates, kind of looking around on the market, it was a bit mispriced because a lot of the books already had it like minus 105 Pirates. It seemed like a line that was going to be gone this morning, and a line that I wish I had, because when I look at this game and I break it down from top to bottom, I see Pirates first 5 is just sticking out to me more than anything that I'd really like for a play. I kind of considered the under as well, just because of how well Michaelis has pitched at home. But then again, we have to bring in both of these bullpens, and I don't really trust a bunch of the arms from the Cardinals side either. So I really felt like the Pirates first 5 was the way to attack this, and I feel like I got a pretty good line in my pocket.
Yeah, this it makes perfect sense from an X's and O's standpoint. It reminds me of the Rays Guardians game from yesterday. I just things that make sense like this. I just don't win. I don't have an ROI that's right here. You have an enormous advantage on the mound. You get the plus line. TJ's moved on the Pirates too, so you're in great company.
How did he break it? Full game or
full game?
First 3.
He took full game. I would like to be talking myself into if the market is going to get me off of the first 300 or expect a low scoring beginning, just because that's just nuts to me. That's the of the 8s. I mean, I don't know if we can do a comparison here of the other games, but that just is crazy. Do we have another 8 here on the board? We don't, so we can't. But we have an 8.5 in the Freeland Alexander. That's minus 115 to the under. And that is, that fits it because that's plus 105 to the under 2.5. So that fits it. It's just, well, I feel like this was set up to take Pirates money, and it could still easily cash for you. I just can't. I'm just not going to get involved here. Jose, do you want to add anything to Pirates Cardinals?
Yeah, I officially bet Pirates first 5 money line minus 120.
Sorry, say that again.
First 5 money line minus 120. Home run Orioles 1-1.
Damn it. Jose is on the Pirates first 5 minus 120. So I mean, you crushed the line move for sure, Spooner, on this one. Let's take a second here. Our friend Jerry Davis, who we love capping with, has been on the sidelines for a couple weeks, lost pops, and have lacked the capacity to cap anything. But I think it's time to get back at it. And he says, "Rest in peace to pops." Jerry, so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, and that you'll be going through that for a long time. You know, that grief will come and go and exist. It'll always kind of be there. It's, you know, again, like in these situations, that grief, is it the grief that's on your shoulder, or is it your pops, you know, telling you to go out there and live and go take on the world? You know, there's different ways, and some days you'll handle it in a positive way. Sometimes the grief will take you down to a sad place. It'll change depending on the day. What won't change, though, Jerry, is that we love capping with you. And so thoughts and love and strength to your family. And we love capping with you. And so sorry you had to go through those tough times. And it's wonderful to see you here today. And I'm sorry that you've been dealing with this last couple of weeks. So our thoughts are with you, to our friend Jerry Davis. So sorry, man. That's so tough, man. So tough. But it's wonderful to see you here. And we are thinking about you, and we'll be thinking about you. So both Spooner and Jose have moved on the Pittsburgh Pirates first 5 here. First 5. And it would only be backing the Cardinals full game for me, and I don't know if I can get there. So we have a 1-1 game there in Baltimore.
Very much so.
All right. Well, I mean, it was interesting how that full game -1 was, more expensive than the double result. It was all
Bottom of the third, by the way.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. Yeah, it's still some time, but makes me nervous, very nervous. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 3:45 p.m. Eastern, we have the Chicago Cubs, 76-57, 35-32 on the road at San Francisco Giants, 65-68, 32-33 at home at Oracle Park, San Francisco, California. We've been talking about how warm it's been out west. I cashed that first 5 over yesterday in, I think, 2 innings. -2% for Oracle Park. We're used to, minus double digits. Now it's -19% home runs, -7% doubles and triples, and +11% singles. When we take a look at Swish for the weather, and I was looking at this last night, obviously Giants are not hitting lefties at all. They have a little bit of power, but 188, 621 OPS. And I was interested in the under, but it also, an interesting thing is that it gets warmer. Well, you'd know that because it's an early start out west, but it gets warmer throughout the day. But that's not it. The wind gets stronger throughout the day. So, as every hour that passed, it moves up, like a mile at least of wind blowing out to center. So I was interested in the under, and I liked it. I liked that this was a 7, and it's not anymore. And I wonder if that is because everybody's saw runs yesterday. I know they didn't see runs 2 days ago, but I wonder if, I wanted it to be at a 7 and stay at a 7, because that was the exact same thing that the 7.5, in the sunny gray start to the under. It stayed at a 7.5, heavily juiced to the under. The fact that it's kind of up to 7.5 is a problem. Let's get to the money line here for this one. From a money line standpoint, we have Webb at -105. He opened up at -121, so a big move towards Shota Imanaga. Wager Detective looking at the under 7. We got Sweet Lou in the house. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Tide after 2 innings in this one. Coin saying San Francisco's 3-2-9 first 5 and 7-7 in Webb home starts. They continue to not score for the guy. So Troy Torrance says full game -1 is always more expensive than the double result. Yeah, I was just the difference there, was like 25 or 30 cents. And it just, the difference did kind of grab me. It was more than I had expected. BJ says Cubs market-wise here, and that makes sense. Shota Imanaga, 8-6, 3.03 ERA, 0.94 whip. There's our guy Will Johnson in the house. Nice call with the Aces. Hope we got you off the Dallas Wings. Last start, 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 2 walks, and a 4-1 loss at home versus the Brewers. On the road, he's allowed 19 earned runs in 10 starts, but this is a great opportunity for him in this run-suppressing ballpark. Logan Webb coming off allowing 1 earned run in 6 innings in that 7-1 win at the Brewers. At home, 27 earned runs in 14 home starts. But he's been lit up at times. Like he's had some bad starts that balloon that. He's had incredible starts as well. And lefties are now starting to really hit Logan Webb. 287. With a 772 OPS. I mean, that is a surprise. Let's take a look at the lefties that we expect. Bush, Tucker, PCA, and Happ. God, I don't know if I've ever faded. Yes, you lose the double result if it's tied through 5. I don't know if I've ever faded Logan Webb first 5 in San Francisco. I don't know if I've ever done that, but I'm interested in doing that. Cubs versus righties, 218, 637. Giants versus lefties, 188, 621. Giants bullpen, Cubs bullpen, both pitching very well. Spooner, your Chicago Cubs in action. Take it away.
Yeah, this was a game I looked at last night. I think the best line available for the Cubs at that point was like plus 105. Most of the market was at around plus 100. I heard you just going over the market. I don't know if it hasn't refreshed for you yet or what, but Bookmaker and Circuit, have both just moved this 12 cents in the last half an hour back towards San Francisco. One is sitting at they're both sitting at minus 112 for San Francisco again, and plus money for the Cubs. That's around where Circa ended up opening it.
Because that's not here at the offshore that I use. It's moved since. I mean, it's moved the last move was 1:16 p.m. Maybe I need to refresh it. Sorry, keep rolling.
So I'm seeing some buyback. Is all I was getting at there. I expected San Francisco Giants with Logan Webb at home to close closer to minus 120, especially with the way the Cubs have been playing recently. I have this park specifically circled as a spot where Shota Imanaga can pitch really well. You were talking about the wind and it increasing, blowing out, but it's not like a straight wind effect. There's a lot of swirling, kind of weird wind effects that happen in this park. It knocks down a lot of home run balls. It's not a spot where fly ball pitchers have a hard time pitching at all. That's why you see San Francisco bringing in some of these guys that pitch really well here in San Francisco, and then they hit the road and they just do not look like the same pitcher. Logan Webb has been really elite, and that's kind of why I expected him to command a better price here. You could also get a juice 7.5 last night. I see juice 7.5s now, and 7's just about everywhere. I like this under in this game. I wasn't able to get there. I thought the 7.5 would be at a spot today where could probably get it around the minus 110. If that ends up happening, that's something I think I will move on. I expect both of these pitchers to pitch pretty well. The Giants have most of their bullpen pieces available. The Cubs have all of their bullpen pieces available. And I think both of these pitchers turn this into a pitcher's duel for the first 6 innings or so. I'd be surprised to see a bunch of runs on the board. I looked at those first 3 numbers. It's so hard playing just minuscule numbers in the first 3, just because one swing of the bat can just end your bet right there. And I don't want that to happen. I struggled with this game. Obviously, I'm a big Cubs fan, so there's some bias built into it that I have to work on overcoming as you cap the game. And the Cubs have not been getting to right-handed pitchers. It's not just the last week or two. It's been for the last month. They're 27th in baseball in WRC+, 28th in baseball in OPS. And Logan Webb in a park like this is not where I expect that to turn around.
Home run Red Sox 2-1.
That's what I needed to hear. Fuck. Thank you.
You have the first 5, Jim?
Yeah. I'm nervous about it. Sorry, Spooner. Ref Snyder, my guy. Of course it's fucking Ref Snyder. He's my favorite Red Sox. Take it away. Sorry to interrupt, my man.
I was hoping I could get a plus money price with the Cubs or just an even money 7.5 to bet on, and I was hoping that would be available by right now. That plus 100 with the Cubs that's being hung right now is my favorite look. 55% of the tickets on the Cubs, 64% of the cash. And then for San Francisco, or for the total, 67% on the under and 85% of the cash on the under. It seems like this line is moving up against the money, and that's a little worrisome to me if I really want that under. So I'd probably cross off the under at this point and maybe just look for a plus money spot in the Cubs as this game gets closer to first pitch.
I think this sets up very, very well for the Cubs. Let's hear from Jose Bouquet. I'm going to pull up what Logan Webb did against lefties last year, but this is not a lineup you want to be struggling with lefties against. Jose, what's your take here?
Yeah, market says Cubs, so I'm going to join the market and the Cubs here as well. So I look forward to that. I am a little worried, Logan Webb, being dominant at home and all that good stuff. But it seems like the market's saying that he can get touched up a little bit here, or at least we can win a low-scoring victory. So I'll be a part of Cubs Sports Radio today, and I will be on the Chicago Cubs here today. Money line, full game for me, I think. That's been the deliberation for me the last few days, first 5 full game. On my bets, honestly, I think I'm going to roll full game. Cubs bullpen, let's talk about that real quick so I can hear it as well. Their top 4 guys haven't thrown since Sunday, so we should be fine there. As for the San Francisco Giants, their backup arms, That's the Padres, excuse me. The Giants here. Ryan Walker and Buto got the day off yesterday. Joel Peguero, Tristan Beck, and Carson Seymour all through yesterday. The rest of the guys available. Only guys that I am worried about in that bullpen now is old Matt Gage, apparently, who has been pitching really well this season, and Ryan Walker. So we'll see how that goes, but I still like the Cubs full game.
I think there's two things that we need to keep an eye out on, and I'm going to invest in it here today. One is Nutflush Allen saying Webb doesn't have the mental edge knowing the season is done. And we should keep a close eye on what Webb is doing here as we move forward. Also, he's never had stats like this. Now, last year, lefties hit him harder than they did in 2023, but never like this. I mean, this is abnormal. 287 with a 772 OPS. They're the wrong team. Lamont Williams says, don't know about this one, though. He does like San Francisco first five. This is perfect. There comes a time when you fade Logan Webb at home, and I think this is the time. I'm going to double up here. First five, full game. I'm going to double up on the money line, leave the push and play. And so again, and then here at this point, because I'm not going to put the bet in now, the show probably ends in an hour and a bit. And if there's like a 20-cent move back to the Giants, I can then, kind of go over it all again. But at this point, this is Cubs first five and Cubs full game. Let's, God, one more week of this. With the kids still here, but I'm going to need them. I'm going to thank God the Red Sox score. I'm going to need them to be quiet, and I'm going to take a second. So, Jose, set up the Braves Phillies. Port Dopes Cal Quantrill going up against Aaron Nola. I love this game. You know what? Just sec.
Just hold on, everyone. Let's time out. Quick 20-second timeout in the programming here.
Okay, we're in business,
and we're back.
Okay, let's roll. This is too fun of a start here with Quantrill and Nola that I just needed to hit this. Let's roll. Brian Smith says the Cubs kicked it around yesterday like they were sponsored by Chico's bail bonds. Wow, Brian Smith. Wow.
Was that a cheap plug for Brian Smith? Just trying to get Chico's bail bonds name out there.
Wow. The Cubs, was that an official pick, Spooner?
So with that late movement at two of the sharper books, I see a minus 105 is the best number available to me going through my books right now. I think the 100 comes back on. I will be on the Chicago Cubs. I will post it on my X at the number I get. Right now, I have the minus 105 in the bet slip. I haven't pressed the button on it yet. And kind of kicking myself for not taking it last night, but I expected there to be more respect for San Francisco, and that lack of respect makes me like the Cubs even more. So
it's appealing. It's very appealing.
I want to wait just a little bit because that 5 cents back to a plus 100 would mean a lot to me. Just over the course of 100,000 bets, that 5 cents adds up quite a bit. And when two of the sharper books like that are moving it back that way, I expect that a lot of the square books that I bet on in domestic will follow suit. So I'm close to that minus 105, but I would like a plus 100 a lot better. And that's what I'm looking for before I move. But I would take the minus 105 if it doesn't move here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, I like it. I like the spot. I like the spot quite a bit. I think this is the first time, at least in 3 years, and for sure in 3 years, for sure I did not fade Webb at home in 23-24 or this year. So, and Circa moved 14 cents to San Francisco in the last 30 minutes. Yeah, because that's what I think. That's what that. So we're waiting for Penny to do the same because Penny's not done that. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, and if it keeps moving full game, I'll go first five. So I haven't made the bet yet either.
Okay, so it's moved 2 cents, and that was 3 minutes ago. So it's now 107. So yeah, I'd be interested. I think letting the market marinate for a little bit longer is fine. I think it's absolutely fine. I don't think it. Cubs plus 104. That's fine. I mean, who doesn't want to back Logan Webb at home? The initial move is probably enough for me. I'm not sitting here thinking that Lone Webb's going to get rocked or get hit very hard, but I think that he's in a much tougher situation than Shota Imanaga today. Much tougher. So we'll see how it bangs out. All right, let's roll on here. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Braves, Phillies, Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the Phillies are 20 games over 500. Braves 11 games under 500 on the road. Let's roll here. There's no price difference at 365, Tommy. None. Zero. It's a good question. So why don't I wouldn't mind just seeing it at a much sharper book, what the difference is here. This is the difference is the Cubs are 1 cent more expensive at a sharper book for it's all. Now I'd like to see what happens with this market move.
If you went back 20 starts with Logan Webb at home, I think you'd be hard pressed to find 2 games where he wasn't favored in the first 5 more than the full game if they were a favorite. Like
I don't think you'd find any. I don't think you'd find any. Yeah. No, I think this is appealing. Yeah, TJ, we had our guy Spooner move on the Brewers on the -1 line. And sorry that I missed that question, Nasty Nate. We didn't move on the Rockies Astros spot. So, and Lex Steele cashing with Ref Snyder. I love it. Okay, Port Dopes Cal Quantrill. I now hate Adam Mazer for taking the roster spot of my friend Cal Quantrill, nephew of Paul Quantrill. Adam Mazer now I despise. Let's talk about Cal Quantrill. Wanted to pitch in the majors despite his 5.51 ERA and 1.42 whip. 85 strikeouts, 114 in the third. In his first start with the Braves, 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 5 walks, and 9-2 loss at home versus the Mets. Is it a surprise that the Canadian Anthopoulos gave Port Dopes Cal Quantrill a job when nobody wanted him? No. Will he deliver here? I don't know. On the road, he's had 14 starts this year. He's allowed 40 earned runs. He was really backable at home. Righties absolutely annihilate him. The OPS is below 1,000 for the first time since in a long time. Let's take a look at who we are going to be worried about in this lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. It's probably a pretty. I guess not. I was hoping there'd be more, but you got 5 lefties in the everyday lineup. Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Kepler, and Stott. He's got great numbers against lefties. It's the righties: Trey Turner, Real Muto, Bohm, Castellanos, and that's it. That's pretty good situation for him. They only have 4 of them. So here we go. Aaron Nola on the other side. He's had 2 starts since coming off the IL. So he was initially placed on the IL with the right ankle sprain, and then he gets a stress fracture in his right rib. He looked great in the 3 rehab starts at AAA, Lehigh Valley, 2.19 ERA, 1.14 whip. Sadly, Wheeler may retire. That's the story we're hearing. 2027 was going to be his last season. I was listening to a radio interview where they were saying Wheeler is going to retire. And I tried not to listen to it. But they were saying that Wheeler is very likely to retire now. And so Nola, this is important for him to pitch well here. He pitched his first start in August 17th. He followed that routine that I see so often where the pitcher looks very good in rehab and gets touched in his first start. His 11-9 win at Washington. He went 2 1/3, 7 hits, 6 earned runs. Then he comes back August 23rd. And he looks good. He allows 2 solo shots. I weren't sure if they're solo shots, but he allows 2 home runs, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, 6 Ks and 1 walk. He looked good facing the same lineup a second time. Now, maybe it's not a vaunted lineup, but it's still, that's not easy. At home this year, he's looked terrible. Look at his numbers are terrible. But who is he going to be for the rest of the season? And I expect with Wheeler's injury that Nola steps up. Now, I'm not saying he's going to step up here yet. Braves versus righties, 246, 763 OPS. Phillies versus righties, this is the last 30 days, of course, 276, 797 OPS. The Phillies bullpen 4.22 ERA last 30 days. The Braves bullpen 4.22 ERA last 30 days, and the Phillies 5.33. Let's get into the weather here in Philly. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 75, 9.1 miles per hour to right field, dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. Let's get into the daily stadium report here at Citizens Bank. Plus 17%, plus 2% overall. Plus 17% homers, minus 7% doubles and triples, minus 3% singles. So then we get into the line history. Line history wise, we have the Phillies at minus 172. Big move towards Port Dopes, Cal Quantrill from plus 169 to plus 157. And then let's take a look at this total. The total here is a 9.5. It opened up 9.5, minus 101 to the over. Now it's minus 112 to the over. And when we get to the board, we have 62% of the tickets on the Phillies and 52% of the cash on the Braves. 65% of tickets on the over and 84% cash on the over. Spooner, take it away for us here. We have the Braves and the Phillies facing off.
I think this is an absurd price with Aaron Nola. This guy has 300 at-bats versus the Atlanta Braves, and good to go along with an 800 OPS. A lot of the big Braves bats hit him pretty well. Matt Olson, Ronald Acuna. This is no stranger. They've been in the same division for a while now. And Aaron Nola just struggles more with lefties. That's not a thing that's just from this year when he was dealing with injuries. This is dating back a few seasons now. He's struggled more with lefties than righties. And when we go through that Atlanta lineup, you're going to have Profar, Matt Olson, Michael Harris, Ozzie Albies, all hitting from the left-hand side. And Ronald Acuna has an OPS north of 1,000 versus this guy in his career. I think that's over almost 60 at-bats. So it's not a small sample size thing, in my opinion. I kind of want to just take that Braves number at plus 165, just because I don't agree with it. And you talk about this being a big spot for Aaron Nola, needing to pitch well because they're a playoff team and they need another starting pitcher. But just because you want to pitch well doesn't mean you necessarily can do it. Like over the course of the season, I mean, he's shown a few games where he's looked pretty sharp, but a lot of games where he does not. He doesn't end up walking a ton of guys, but instead of doing that, he leaves the ball over the heart of the plate. And I think that's a scary recipe versus this Atlanta Braves lineup. They would love nothing more than to beat the Phillies here. These aren't friendly teams with each other. I have a little bit of a soft spot for Cal Quantrill as well. This is a guy that struggles more with righties than he does lefties, and that's a good thing to have when you're facing a Philadelphia Phillies lineup that's just packed with some of the hardest hitting lefties in Major League Baseball. Kyle Schwarber's in a slump right now. That's another good thing. I haven't pulled the trigger on this. I looked at the plus 1.5 as well, just because I don't have a lot of faith in this Philadelphia Phillies bullpen. This is a tough game. Anytime you have a number priced this far, it's hard to get onto the dog, but it's really the only look I could have in this. I was looking at the same 9.5 last night. We have Nola and Quantrill on the bump, and this number hasn't moved to a 10. I think that's telling. It's pretty offensive weather there at the bank. It's a place where the Phillies bats have hit well all season. Third in baseball, second in baseball, and all the important stats at home on the full season. And they've been getting to righties as well. Top 5 in baseball in every stat over the last 30 days. So I would have expected this number to have come up to a 10 by now, and it hasn't. And that's telling me somebody's going to pitch decent or better than I expect at this point. And I don't think it's going to be Aaron Nola. I think it's going to be Cal Quantrill's going to come out there and pitch better. I haven't been able to do it. He's coming off a terrible start in this Atlanta Braves uniform. 5 hits, 5 walks. It's kind of a weird thing to see him with 5 walks. He's not normally somebody that struggles with control. So that does give me a little bit of concern, but he's also a smart pitcher, and there's some really big bats in that New York Mets lineup that I'm assuming he was just trying to pitch around. He still only managed to give up 3 earned runs in that game. Pretty impressive. He's not just a fireball thrower like we see a lot of the young kids. This is an older pitcher that has pretty good pitch mix, 5 or 6 pitches that he can use to keep these guys off balance. I really would like to back the Braves in some fashion here. I was hoping to see a little bit more of a move from the market that would tell me I'm right. But you mentioned it, 65% of the tickets on the over and 84% of the cash on the over, 62% of the tickets on Philadelphia, but 52% of the cash on Atlanta. This line has still moved in favor of the Philadelphia Phillies with that little bit of sharp money on Atlanta. Like, you think about the amount of money you have to lay down to bet the Philadelphia Phillies. With 62% of the tickets on them, you would expect them to have 70% of the cash if that was all laid out evenly. So the big bets are coming in on Atlanta. I think I'd like to be there with them. Maybe a team total. I see Nutflesh just posted that might be a good way to look at this, so I don't have to worry too much about Cal Quantrill if he does have a bad game. But I was on Aaron Nola, his first start there. He gave up 6 earned runs, I want to say, coming back. The Philadelphia Phillies scored 6 by the second inning. I had the first 5 money line, and that was the biggest sweat. I think I was on the show. It was one of the biggest sweats in a first 5 I've ever had. Just the back and forth. You normally don't have to deal with that unless it's a full game. I would like to be on Atlanta here.
It feels like it's the sharp side. A part of me feels like this game has so much volatility that I should not. And I'm not saying like, play God, but to believe in Cal Quantrill or expect or get into the psychology of Nola trying to say, look, I can be a vet and a leader that you depend on with Wheeler out. I think it's like out of my pay grade, honestly. Let's hear, and Coin saying Cubbies have confirmed 6 left-handed bats and lineups. Perfect. Let's hear from Jose Bouquet. This is a very interesting one. Braves, Phillies, take it away.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add off of what Spoon said. I'd probably lean over because this total seemed a little bit high to me. Personally, I thought this could be like a 9.5 kind of total. But I could see why it's the bank. So I lean over. I expect both these guys to get touched up a little bit. Nola like 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 2 earned runs. Cal Quantrill probably worse. 5 innings, 4 earned runs, something like that. So I agree. Probably a team total over would be the look here, but I don't have anything on this game officially.
Huh. Yeah, I kind of like them to pitch okay here. The 3, I can get the first 3 under 3 at even money.
Our Pirates game just started as well.
All right.
I took a plus 102 on that Chicago Cubs game, by the way, guys.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Full game.
And it's 1-0 Brewers. Thank you, Fernando, my man. 1-0 Brewers. So you are in business early in that battle of Colombian pitchers. Let's roll on, fellas. My nemesis, Adam Mazur. Did he really deserve Port Dope's Cal Quantrill's roster spot? Let's take a look at what Adam Mazur did in the minors here to get my friend DFA'd.
Go back 2 months with it.
With Mazur?
With the minors with Mazur.
Well, I can get the game log up here, but I've got too many things up. But
I can hit that for you then.
Beautiful. Overall in AAA Jacksonville here, and Mazur here. With the Padres. Because I know he wasn't a Marlin. We've seen Mazur get lit up and smoked. This year, though, in AAA, Jacksonville, he's been pretty good. 4.36 ERA, 1.30 whip. He's thrown 107 in the third, 100 strikeouts, 30 walks. I get it. I get they still want to figure out what do they have in Mazur. He's a second-round pick in 2022. So, a bit of a surprise. I mean, he's worth the roster spot. I don't mean to hold this against him. We saw him on June 18th. That's it. 5 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 4 walks, and 4-2 loss home versus the Phillies. Going up against Clay Holmes, 3.60 ERA, 1.32 whip. In his last start, 6 in the third, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks, 9-2 win at the Braves. At home this year, he's not been that good. He's been quite a bit better on the road. In 13 home starts, he allowed 30 earned runs. He's allowed 8 home runs. He's only allowed 4 on the road. Marlins versus righties last 30 days, 254, 728 OPS. Mets versus righties, 275, 816. They're hitting the ball very hard. And the Marlins bullpen's terrible again, while the Mets bullpen has not been pitching well at all. Let's take a look at the weather here in New York, in Queens. 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 79.5 miles per hour to center. Dies down to 8.8 miles per hour. Line history-wise, let's go to Ballpark Pal. Ballpark Palace, City Field, minus 10% overall runs, minus 2% homers, minus 19% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. It's already 1-0 Astros as well. 1-0 Astros, 1-0 Brew Crew, and 2-1 Red Sox. And the Cardinals Pirates game has just begun.
Oh my God. Home run Pirates. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Wow. That's
just shit on the ball.
Nice.
Tommy
Okay.
Pham.
Well, that works for you guys. It is 1-0 Pirates. Michael is not delivering at home. We have the Mets opening up minus 242. They're now minus 243. So they're big favorites. We don't, not moving, but it certainly opened up at a huge, huge favorite line. Then when we get to the total, we have a 9. It's minus 112 to the under. This did hit 8.5 for a cup of coffee. It wasn't a legit 8.5, but here we are right now with a 4-cent move to the over. And then when we take a look at the cash flow here, we have 71% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Mets. 90% cash. Now, it's not moving, but you could say, well, look at the opening line. They're huge favorites. 67% of tickets and 57% cash on the under. Jose Bouquet, take it away. Marlins, Mets.
Yeah, there's not much of a breakdown for me in this one because I lean Marlins. The Marlins and the Fish have been a pretty interesting team to back this year. They've been a moneymaker for a lot of people, but I don't like the pitching, matchup in this one. I am interested to see if Clay Holmes does start to slow down at some point, first season as a starting pitcher. How are they going to handle him basically innings wise and going into the playoffs and all that? I mean, his last 2 starts would tell you he's fine, but 137 innings pitched so far this season. His career high is 63. So I'm interested to see how his arm takes to all that, but I lean Marlins, but nothing for me.
Let's hear from Spooner. We got the high owl in the house now. 2-0 Astros. God, I feel like I left some cash there on the table. The high owl in the house. He absolutely destroyed the moving on overs, nonstop overs in preseason early and reaped all the rewards. I was thinking about you watching all those overs come in like you expected. High owl, excellent work. Spooner, Marlins, Mets, take it away.
Yeah, this is a difficult one looking at just the market. Depending what book you look at, you see the New York Mets taking 90% of the cash, and some of these books have actually moved towards the Marlins a few cents. And those are books that I respect. I think that's a very interesting turn of events. Like, I'm not surprised that the New York Mets have all the tickets and the money, but I am surprised that this line hasn't moved 20 cents in favor of the New York Mets. I wouldn't have been shocked at all to see minus 280 to 300 when I woke up today, but I did not. Mazer, I mentioned it as you were talking there. He's been just getting absolutely destroyed in the minor leagues. My spreadsheet just went away on it. I'll pull it back up here. He's walking lefties at an incredible rate. So far in the majors this year, it hasn't really shown up, but he's only got 5 innings pitched. In the minors, 21 walks and just 54 innings pitched versus lefties. That goes along with 14 home runs, 7 home runs to the right-hand side. And when we look up and down this Mets lineup, there's quite a few really seasoned bats that are lefties. Juan Soto, pencil him in for a couple walks today. Francisco Lindor is going to hit from the left side. Brandon Nimmo, Jeff McNeil, Brett Beatty, Cedric Mullins. I don't think this matches up really well for Adam Mazer. I do like what the Marlins organization is doing. They stole some of the brain trust from the Tampa Bay Rays, and you're seeing it start to pay off on the field this season. They make a lot of trades like this where they go after somebody that's not really proven themselves at all, but has that high draft capital and that high potential somewhere in there. Their floor is just really low, and I don't have any faith in Mazer right now. If we look back at his last 2 months, he's giving up tons of runs in the minor leagues. 4 earned runs, 2, 4, hasn't made it out of the 5th inning in any of those starts. And then just the last month, 5 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 5 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 4 innings pitched, 5 earned runs. He can't get any decent bats out. I guess if you look at his stuff, he has some decent pitches. He's another guy that likes to focus on using that slider a bunch and has a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but it doesn't seem like anytime I've seen him pitch that he has control over his stuff. I think the Mets are going to have a field day with him. That's why the market confuses me so much here. I think that's maybe telling us that Clay Holmes is also going to get hit up. Jose alluded to it. This guy's not been a starter for the majority of his career. the further into the season you get, you face new hurdles trying to throw more innings pitched than you ever have. And so far, it hasn't really shown up. Last 2 games, 2 earned runs to Atlanta, pitching into the 7th inning, just 1 earned run to a really potent Seattle offense. But Atlanta knocked him out before the 4th inning, got 5 earned runs off him. I wouldn't be surprised to see these Marlins bats tag Clay Holmes for a few runs, maybe put a 3 spot on him. These Marlins bats have no quit in them. They've lost some of their more important pieces over the course of the season. Sanchez went over to Houston. It's a really just through and through Marlins lineup. Kind of reminds me of the Brewers. You look at the names and you're kind of surprised to see them play as well as they have. But again, they stole some of the brain trust from Tampa Bay. And I think that's going to start to show more and more over the next few seasons. This Marlins team is going to keep making moves that end up paying off. I have the over 8.5 in this game. I paid minus 118 for it. The Marlins versus bullpens have been a thing for quite a while now this season. The last 14 days versus bullpens, they're 4th in baseball in all their offensive categories. And this Mets bullpen in that same 14 days is 28th in ERA, 24th in WOBA. Even with the new pieces, that Mets bullpen it's been hard to trust. They've been putting runs on the board, and I like this over here. I think the first 5 over would be another good look. I didn't want to isolate it to Clay Holmes. I thought maybe that some of these bullpen pieces that come in for the Mets would be able to surrender another couple runs to this Marlins team. I also like the Marlins full game, the money line, the plus 1.5. The way the market's reacted to all that cash from the Mets tells me that these Marlins are not going to be out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the minus, if this opens up minus 243, I mean, the Mets are 20 games over 500, and then the Marlins have Mazer up. So I get it. I can understand your concern. I think focusing on the over makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, I know that the conditions aren't, Citi Field's not a great place for offense, but we've seen both it makes perfect sense to me. Clay Holmes not pitching well at home. That last start was great, but it was in Atlanta. If we go through his home starts, I mean, I think the over makes a lot of sense here. Jose, do you have interest in the total, or is this a stay
It's
off?
a little high, right? It would be my guess. 8, 7.5. Oh, it's at 9 now. Wow.
And we're talking about Citi Field. You guys were mentioning this yesterday with Oracle. Like when you see a 9 at Citi Field, that's a 9.5, a 10 at most parks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7.5 is like what I see the most at Citi Field. It seems.
Yeah, no, it's and it's home. So I just want to look at his last couple of home starts, because he could if he pitches really well here, that would be the problem. Against Seattle, he allowed 1 earned run in 5 innings. Still, he only makes through 5 innings against that, and that was his 3rd consecutive home start where he should have been completely locked in. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Both bullpens are struggling. In Coin, it makes an interesting point. Says off the Philly sweep and then the debut of the Canadian.
That guy's
phenom.
Canadian?
Yeah, of course he is, man.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
I forget his name, but just didn't scream Canadian.
He's from like 30 minutes away from here, 20 minutes away from here. Yeah, he's going to be a monster. Well, we hope. So yeah, I think that over makes a lot of sense here, and I'd like to join in on it. What did you get, Spooner?
I got the over 8.5 at minus 118. A lot of times when I move the night before, what I'm doing is just comparing the prices between the domestic books and the sharper offshores, and they were already some of the sharpest offshores were already opening with 9s, and it made no sense to me that this would close at 8.5. My initial reaction was, wow, 8.5 at Citi Field. But you look at Mazer, if you can't get guys out in the minors and you're walking guys in the minors, the level of bat control, like in the majors, is a lot better. That's why these guys are major league hitters and not down in the minors. They can lay off those pitches outside of the zone. It's very interesting. I think is an over spot. I'm happy to see the 9. I would like it to be more of a legit 9 than a a lot of juice to the under. But touching on that Canadian kid, was reading an article. They were comparing him to Tim Lincecum, the second coming, just kind of from his looks. And that's a really high praise, but he has just absolutely soared through the minor leagues this year. He started out in AA and then went up to AAA. He's got a whip under 0.94 on the full season in the minors, looking absolutely dominant in Syracuse, but he only has 2 starts there so far. So I had a little bit of concerns about how good he's going to be tomorrow, but I think I'm going to find myself watching a good chunk of that game. I think this could be an important piece for the Mets going forward this season.
Yeah.
Yona Tong is his name, by the way.
Yeah, Tong. Yeah, I don't know what I have no idea what. I mean, you ask so much of these young pitchers, and they've delivered, generally speaking, early, and then after 4 or 5 starts, they start getting touched up a tiny bit. But I'm excited to watch them rock. I'm going to join you on that over. I think it makes a lot of sense here. I get why Vincent wants to isolate Mazer, but I think that Clay Holmes is not until that start, the 2 back, which was his 3rd straight home start. I love backing pitchers on the 3rd straight home start.
Excellent live bet by Troy Torrance, by the way. Took the Red Sox plus 220 immediately after line drive, diving play by Trevor Story, doubles off the guy at 3rd. End of the inning.
Beautiful. All right, let's roll on to our final spot on the board here. Not only that, Nasty Nate took him first 7 at plus 295. So
yeah, it's beautiful.
Chance
Shout
to
out to you, Nasty Nate. I didn't see that one.
And I take the L to start the day. Let's roll. Yankees, White Sox, rate field in Chicago, Illinois. Yankees 73-60, 32-32 on the road. White Sox 48-85, 29-39 at home. Take a look at the rate field weather here in this one. And you were right, Spooner. There was a move. It's now plus money on the Cubs, whether that be first 5 or full game. So, and that doesn't concern me. I still want it. Maybe I'll wait a little bit longer because we're about an hour and 12 minutes from first pitch. Maybe if it keeps moving, I don't care about the late juice or late steam that much. But if it moves violently late, maybe I just take one of those 2 bets and not double up on them. But in Chicago, South Side, 71 Fahrenheit, feels like 69, 10.6 miles per hour, left to right, very slightly out, stays at that the whole day. Rate field is minus 4% overall runs, plus 9% homers, minus 20% doubles and triples, and even singles. We have Will Warren, 7-6, 4.47 ERA, 1.40 whip here. And JW says terrible live bet. It's not a terrible live bet, JW, because you have the plus 220 on one side. You could take the plus 125 right now on the Orioles.
Yeah, and I don't think that the weak arms are coming in anyways.
But even if so, it's not. It can't be a terrible bet when you can put yourself in a situation where you can't possibly lose. You could say that you can phrase that differently, but it is a spectacular bet if you get in at plus 220 and then you can take the other side 4 minutes later plus 125. It's a phenomenal bet. It's a brilliant bet. Yeah. Now you could say you don't think the outcome is going to work out, but you can't say that the bet wasn't spectacular if you can immediately guarantee yourself money. Will Warren, 7-6, 4.47 ERA, 1.40 whip. In his last start, 4 innings, 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 3 walks, and a 12-1 loss at home versus the Red Sox. On the road this year, 37 earned runs in 13 starts. He's not been good. Points hitting 284 against him. He's been much stronger at home. Lefties hitting 272, 820 OPS against him. Righties 221, 615 OPS. It is these lefties that have been really getting to Will Warren. Let's take a look at the lefties in this White Sox lineup, and there's a few of them. There's a lot of them, and they got switchies too that'll hit from the left side. So you have Tauchman, number 1. Kyle Teal is going to be a monster, batting 3rd. Montgomery, the shortstop, young shortstop, batting 5th. Caro DHing, he's a switch. He can hit from the left-hand side. Benintendi, a lefty, and Baldwin, a lefty. That gives you 6 left-handed bats to attack Will Warren here. We have, sorry if you hedge it that way. Okay, yeah. We have Davis Martin, 5-9, 3.93 ERA, 1.26 whip. In his last start, 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, solo shot, 6 Ks, and 1 walk. 7-3 win at home versus the Twins. At home this year, he's been very good. 21 earned runs in 10 starts. 21 earned runs in 10 starts. You know, talking about the White Sox, immediately we want to know about our guy Pig Milk Play of the Day. He is not in our chat today. He's got to work in the black now this year in Pig Milk Play of the Day. And it is Aussie Albies over 1.5 total bases at plus 165 is Pig Milk. But we know when we talk about the White Sox, he loves backing this team at home, first 5. And shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. Yankees versus Reddies 239, 794 OPS. White Sox versus Reddies 271, 768 OPS. Yankees bullpen 4.47 ERA last 3 days been struggling, and the White Sox bullpen hasn't been succeeding either. And they looked really good there for a little while. Our final spot on the board, Spooner, Yankees, White Sox, take it away.
I think this is a little bit of an absurd price with Will Warren on the road. I get it's the Chicago White Sox, but we have 93% of the cash on the New York Yankees right now. This line opened around minus 190 at these sharper books, and it's still sitting there at minus 190 without a cent of movement on one of the books and like 6 cents of movement towards the Yankees on the other book that I respect the most. So I think that tells me a lot that the White Sox are pretty live here. Shout out Billy Friedrich. I think this is a White Sox first 5 spot. Davis Martin definitely had some bad games throughout the course of this season, but I mean, he's shown the ability to pitch pretty well versus some decent lineups. And just looking at his last 2 starts, 11 innings combined, 2 earned runs, just 6 hits. Looks like he's kind of showing us some of the high prospect pedigree that he's had his whole career. 1.64 ERA in those 2 starts, 0.9 whip. I get it's the New York Yankees, and that's fine, but we've said it all season. This Yankees team is, I think, first in Major League Baseball in runs scored. But if you look at how they've done it, it's been 10-run games, 12-run games, and then they show up and they put 0 up on the board. They put a 1 up on the board. It's really an all or nothing kind of lineup. And I feel like if the market was expecting this to be one of those all days, we wouldn't be looking at minus 190 still. Like this would be 250 already, especially with 93% of the cash on those New York Yankees. I was looking at that White Sox first 5 pretty heavily last night, and I was also looking at that over. As I touched on it, the Yankees bats do show up at times and put up a ton of runs. And Will Warren on the road, I mean, a full season 6.09 ERA on the road. That's not great. Wind's blowing out here today in Chicago, so I think that's a spot where Will Warren's not necessarily in a great spot to pitch. His last couple of road starts have been pretty decent versus St. Louis and Texas, so maybe he can keep it going. But, I mean, before that, it was pretty putrid. Toronto Blue Jays got 8 off him, 14 base runners in just 4 innings. Atlanta Braves got 5 off him on 8 base runners in less than 4 innings. There's a lot of times where we take Will Warren out of Yankee Stadium, and he just looks very uncomfortable. These White Sox bats have been getting to right-handed pitching as well. Like the last 30 days, 7th in WRC plus, 8th in OPS. I like the White Sox here. I haven't found the ability to pull the trigger just because if we look at the Yankees bats, everything looks green on any spreadsheet you look at. Yankees bats on the road full season. They're the best team in baseball. So why would that stop versus the lowly White Sox? But the market not reacting to that money is kind of a move in itself, because when it should be 30 cents more and it's not, it's sort of telling. Granted, we're at a really big number already, so they move it less once you get up to that point, but we've seen the books move dogs in other spots. Maybe it's because the Yankees are a road favorite that they're not doing it, but I'm just trying to invent reasons why they're not respecting the Yankees here, and I can't really find any. I think it's a White Sox first 5 spot. Do the TJ special plus a half. You might even be able to build a +1 here in this game and still get it at a bettable price. I haven't been able to pull the trigger yet, though.
I want both. I want the first 3 plus a half. It's minus 130 here. And then I want the first 5 plus a half. I want them both. I want the White Sox early. Also, I think that the start should mean something. We got consecutive home starts for Davis Martin, but it should mean something to him. You know, there'll be a crowd. You know, it should be a lot more fun for him. This should be a start that he circled on his calendar, and I don't see that as being a bad thing for a White Sox team that's won 29 out of 58 games at home. It's not sorry, of 68 games, 29, 68, 29, 39. But I like this. Let's hear what Jose Buquet has to say. Yankees, White Sox, take it away.
Yeah, I'll TJ special it, Billy Friedrich special it, whatever you want to call it. First 5 plus a half, plus 105 for me. Yankees been beating up on bad pitchers, and I don't believe their offense is as good as it is. Now you'll tell me Davis Martin is not a good pitcher, and I will agree with you. But I agree. The market seeming to say that the Yankees are vulnerable here, so I'll take the plus a half here. The New York Yankees.
Why do you think Davis Martin's not a good pitcher? I think he's got pretty good numbers. 1.26 whip is extremely legitimate.
Well, I think if you ask Joey Dickhead on the street, they are not going to say Davis Martin is of the caliber of a good pitcher.
Okay, that's fair. But I mean, who do you think has the advantage? Will Warren or Davis Martin?
I think it's close. I'd lean Davis Martin being at home.
I'm excited because but I've got to get this. I don't need to get the Giants bet in right away because it's steaming towards the Giants. I think we can explain that still. Even at a real sharp offshore, there's still been 10 cents overall movement towards the Cubs. But the Giants won 4 in a row, like Wage Detective's talking about. I think this sets up really nice. And when that game starts, an hour and 3 minutes. Which should still give me time to move on. And the waiting is fine because we're going to get a better number. I like that. I like the White Sox action. I'm starting the day 0-1, which is not a good thing. But I like where we stand. Let's do a review of action here on the MLB card. So for me, it's going to be a double up on the Cubs. I am going to study the Braves-Phillies game longer. I like it. I'm going to join Spooner on the over in Miami, New York. I expect I'll get a 9 there. I don't think I'll pay for the 8.5, but I'll see how that banks out. And then the double up on the White Sox early. I like this very much. Spooner, my man, great to have you back on a Thursday. Please review your MLB action for August 28th.
The first game, I didn't get to break it down with you guys. I have the Red Sox Baltimore over 7.5 minus 115. I have the Brewers -1 minus 113. The Pirates first 5 plus 105. The Marlins and Mets over 8.5 at minus 118. And the Chicago Cubs money line. I have plus 102 on it right now.
I like it. No, TJ, none. I don't. The late steam on totals does affect me, and if I'm on the other side of the late steam on the total, I have a negative ROI. But the late steam here on the Giants, I mean, I can explain it perfectly. You have their ace pitching; they keep winning. They're going for the sweep. Maybe going for the sweep's not the right angle because we know there's gamblers that bet against the sweep, but vividness bias, recency bias. I have it all in my pocket. And now we have a minus 111 over at Penny. It's still at open at minus 121. Even if this gets up to the Giants at minus 121, I mean, none, no, 0. I explain it. I can explain it comfortably. I think this is the perfect lineup if you're ever going to fade Logan Webb at home. And maybe this is a bad, maybe I'm putting myself in a very vulnerable situation doing it, but I think it sets up here for me, and I'm going
the first 5 line moved pretty dramatically. Minus 135 now for Logan Webb.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, where I'm betting it has minus 135 plus 115 Shota.
Oh my God! Well,
that move gets me off first 5, and I think I'll just end up watching that game personally.
Wow! Yes, I've got that big move here as well. Wow. Well,
it was like minus 110, minus 115 Giants during the breakdown for those wondering.
We talk about money moving lines and that being what does it. We were saying we've never seen Logan Webb in his last 20 starts be less favored in the first 5 than the full game. Isn't that just sharp people looking at that and saying this is not true? I think that's the first 5 money is probably more than the money line in the last hour that has been moving everything would be my opinion, my guess, I guess.
And Giants money's been coming in. It's about 50-50 tickets and money now. I think it was like 57 and like 60 earlier with the Cubs.
Remember we talked about it, and I said if the line moved too drastically, then it would create a single bet like what Jose's talking about. I've got to sit with it. I've got 59 minutes. That's a huge move on the first 5. Wow. And again, the steam on the side, it just doesn't hurt me. It's the total steam. Wow. Okay, so I mean, it gives me more to think about for sure. Maybe, honestly, do I really need to double up on even the White Sox or the Cubs? I mean, do you need to double up on the spots? Are you that confident in them? I don't know if I am. I just find the lines very appealing. So, TJ says I don't consider it late steam till 50 minutes out. Yeah. Okay, so 65 doesn't count. I mean, I don't see a big difference there. I consider this late steam, but again, it's complete autonomy with what these angles and whether they affect you or not. Jose, did you review all your action?
Only 2 bets here. Pirates first 5 money line, and it took every part of my being not to just, Pirates are up early. Let's shut this shit down and let's see how it goes. But we'll see. My unit size isn't big enough for that, unfortunately. But we'll talk that game and then White Sox first 5 plus a half plus 105 for me. The 2 official plays here. Was close to betting the Cubs like we just talked about, but I think I'm going to end up staying off.
I see Wager Detective asking about the bullpen situation. The Cubs' arms are all rested. They've had 3 nights off now. All the big important arms that you want to be able to come in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Palencia, the most important arm for the Cubs, has been getting worked a ton lately. So I think getting a few days off for him will be really big. The Giants bullpen has been really good this season on the full season. They're still 2nd in ERA. Last 14 days, 9th in ERA, but they're on a 4-game winning streak. So all these guys are getting used pretty heavily. And the Cubs bullpen last 14 days is 5th in ERA. Last 30 days, 8th in ERA. So I think it's pretty close to a wash, but I think the Cubs have the advantage in just as far as how rested they are.
Our friend Brandon Cummings has a kind of a loaded question, can be answered differently by different cappers. But basically, if the first 5 money line is not higher than the full game money line, does that mean people think the pitcher is not going to have a good game? No, I mean, I don't. I think you just need to explain everything. And when explaining a first 5 line, you have to also study the bullpens. If one team has a big bullpen advantage, of course, that's going to skew. If one team has a lineup advantage, that's going to skew. If you have a lineup advantage and a bullpen advantage, then generally those cappers would want 9 innings for their team to succeed. So I think you just need to be able to explain everything. And that's why we go often talk about what the price difference is first 5 and full game. Spooner, how would you answer that question here? If the first 5 money line is not higher than the full game money line, does that mean people think the pitcher is not going to have a good game?
I think you touched on it. I mean, the pitchers are definitely a big part of that equation there, but the starting pitchers at least, but the bullpen has a huge factor there as well, because if you're moving on the first 5 and not the full game in that game, I mean, just like the Pirates game I was talking about, I have a lot of trust in that starter, but I don't have trust with the bullpen. The Giants' arms are more taxed right now. The Cubs have been good and all their arms are rested. So I think you have more of an advantage in those last 3 to 4 innings of the game, depending when Shota and Webb leave this game. So that's built into it. I think Webb at home, first 5 is probably a pretty heavily bet first 5. I bet you not just in this game, but in general, I would expect that more money comes in on the Giants first 5 in his games than it does the full game price. So it doesn't surprise me that much. How you broke it down is exactly how I think of it.
Breaking these games down with a smaller amount of games, we can dive so deep into them. It makes the outcomes, even on games that you didn't bet, just whether or not your angles worked in that situation, make it so interesting. Spooner, thank you so much for rocking with us. We are going to get into 2 games in college football with Daby Cab and then WNBA with Billy Brisbane and Justin Mcelvy. Spooner, keep up the great work, my man. Thank you for making time for us. and keep up the great work with our friends from the Sauce Network. You're crushing over there as well. I'm going to pop Spooner's X handle here into the chat. Please support our friend Morgan Spooner. Spoondog, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, if you're here right now, make sure you show up Sunday. It's going to be our last show. Wine Time and I have been breaking down all the baseball cards on Sunday for the full season. With football coming around, it's going to be the last show. So we're looking to make it a really good one. It's been awesome getting to work with Wine Time this entire season. Had some great guests along the way, and looking to cap it off with a really good Sunday. So please, if you're here, show up for that last show. I'm excited for it. Have a good day. Good luck, everyone. Jim, it's going to be a winning day.
It is. It is. There he is, Morgan Spooner. Jose Bouquet, my friend, we have two big football games we're going to talk about. Get into WNBA, and then we will come back and talk about what has happened here. Again, I'm probably going to have to get my Cubbies Giants section in here shortly, but it is dangerous with this movement against us. Jose, any last words for you before you rejoin us?
No, good luck to everyone. And I'll just say that Virginia Tech, South Carolina line looked fishy. Should have been, it feels like it should be a 10 at home, but I'm not a college football expert. I'll leave it up to the next guys.
I like it. You are a Gamecock expert, though. And
no, I'm a cock expert.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. It is time to talk college football, and we have just the man for the job. Please welcome the star of the tailgate right here every Saturday morning on Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome Daby Cab to the show. Dabra Cadabra, the Magic Man. How are you?
Man, you got to say, is this part of the year, man? We got baseball for the daily grind, but these Saturdays and this week, Sunday, Monday, for college football, this is the best time to be gambling right now, Jimmy. I'm losing sleep right now because of how fucking excited I am about these games coming up. And it's like a catch-22 because it sucks that I'm losing sleep, but at the same time, it's pure excitement, adrenaline. Just, I'm ready. I'm so ready. I can't wait to talk about Virginia Tech, South Carolina.
We got big games here. The lack of sleep is not healthy for us, and then I deal with it too. And people say, "Oh, you can sleep when you die," and the problem is that could happen pretty quick if we don't start sleeping. So it's a tricky thing that I deal with as well. We got to find some chances.
Yeah, but then I don't got to worry about it no more.
You're right. It sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good. Yeah. Okay, it is time to get to work. We have the biggest football game in the world this weekend being broken down here on Pub Sports Radio. The number 1 ranked Texas Longhorns going up against the defending champion Ohio State Buckeyes in Ohio Stadium in Columbus. Good God, is this a monster football?
Week 1?
Wow. Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian, and Texas going to play the defending champions. Let's get into the line history here and set this one up for our expert, Daby Cab. Move over to college football line moves. Talk about where the cash is, and then look to get paid. Here we go. This is the big one. 12 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, August 30th. Games don't get bigger than this. Ohio State, your defending national champions, sitting right now -2.5 at -102. They opened up back on July 23rd, -2.5 at -116. Since then, there's been 14 cents of movement towards the Longhorns. When we get into the total here for this one, here we go. Can't wait to hear what everybody's on in the chat as well. From a total standpoint, we have this as a 48. It's -113 to the under. It's opened up at 50. We've dropped 2 points down to 48. We have Nuke Worker on the Buckeyes, Chris Warren on the Longhorns. Chris Warren says, hook 'em. And so does BJ as well. AM is on the over 48. He says, ignore the steam over City. Vincent Hawkins, though, he says under. Wager Detective on Ohio State money line as well. Here we go. Let's take a look at the board and take a look at the cash for this one. Move over to Saturday action, and we need the biggest game on the board. And I'm still trying to find it.
It's late. Oh, wait, no, it's early.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's early. Yeah, here we go. 71% of the tickets are on the Longhorns and 85% of the cash. I wonder how that changes. We are 48 hours before kickoff. 69% of tickets on the under and 56% of the cash. So Arch Manning, he's got Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore. They bring in Emmett Mosley over from Stanford.
Yep.
They have said that the best pass rush in college football is here with the Texas Longhorns. And we have an Ohio State defending champion team that hasn't lost against a team not non-Michigan at home since 2021. They come in with a new quarterback in Julian Sayin, redshirt freshman. He has weapons in Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, both of whom expect to be picked in the first round shortly. We have Brian Hartline calling plays for the first time. We have Matt Patricia in his sweatpants and his pencil in his first college game since 2003. Daby Cab, lead us to the cash. Texas, Ohio State.
What a great game, and I think we'll watch the cash flow on this as it goes and gets closer to the game time. But you said it moved towards Texas, and it seems like this. I'm telling you, when it's under 2.5 on the road for a team, that the line is somewhat telling here on what I think we expect. Jeremiah Smith, you said it's not the only receiver coming back for Ohio State. You got Carnell Tate. You got a lot of pieces around Julian Sayin that's going to make him comfortable. Same thing with Archie Manning. These defenses are both bringing back studs, whether you're talking about the linebacker Sonny Styles for Ohio State. You said it on the defensive line, like Simmons is going to lead the way, the defensive end there for Texas. They've got their returning linebacker Hill. He had a great season last year, over 100 tackles, 17 tackles for a loss. He forced 4 fumbles. Just great players across the board on both teams. So how do you get to a point where you decide what you think you're going to happen and what you want to bet on, or if you even want to bet on it here? For me, I think it's going to be a little ugly early, kind of like what we saw with Iowa State and Kansas State. Archie Manning getting comfortable. You got Sayin getting comfortable back there. But I don't think it takes long to get comfortable. So if you're going to take an under, personally, I would go early with that under, maybe like in the first half. But when you got people like Baxter in the backfield around Manning, Windsor, who had over 1,000 yards last year, you got tons of pieces. And as I look into this Texas team and I start looking at some of these, inside notes of players that we don't see that are just going to jump off the list at us, you got a running back, Jarek Gibson, that's going to be a freshman that is going to make some noise for this Texas team. And trust me when I say these 3 running backs are going to filter through. You're going to see all three of them, excuse me. Speed is one thing. We got tons of players in football that have speed, but how you carry your pads and vision are completely different stories, right? And this kid Gibson has vision and he carries his pads like they're not even on his shoulders. I'm excited to see what this freshman does. I like Texas early here. I took Texas first half plus a half a point simply because I do think it's kind of ugly. I really wanted action in this game, and I think it's just a back and forth slugfest. I honestly do. I think this game is close down to the very last play. I think whoever wins it comes out on top by 3-4 points maybe. And honestly, giving me plus a half a point in the first half with Texas just seems like a good bet. I think this Texas offensive line is really the one question mark, Jimmy, that we're going to be looking at for Texas in this game. They have a 5-star recruit, Brandon Baker, who, he's a freshman. So there's a lot of unknowns with him, but God, the kid is so talented. And if we're saying we're unknown based off this 5-star recruit, because you've got a couple guys that did start all season last year coming back. So if we're really just looking at this freshman and then one of the transfers that, came in and has started for 4 years as well, I think this line's going to be just fine. It's not a huge question mark for me. So I kind of like Texas to win the game overall as well.
And Texas first half is the move from Daby Cab. You got that plus a half at what, Juice?
Let me pull up my juice for you.
Thank you. Texas first half plus a half for
Minus 115.
minus 115 for Daby Cab. What is your expectation of this new look Ohio Buckeye offense?
Getting comfortable as the game goes on, which is another reason why I like Texas early. So, we saw Texas last year. Jeremiah Smith obviously is the big name that everybody wants to talk about at receiver, one of the best receivers in college football, if not the best. But Texas was able to shut him down last year, hold him to only 3 yards receiving in that game, right? But when you focus that high on somebody else, you got, other people that have the chance to break out here. So I do think that early on, Ohio State takes a little bit to get going, and I think Texas has a lead early. And then I think the game evens out as we get into deep into the third, fourth quarter.
Games,
especially that home field, Jimmy. That home field's going to start coming through at that point too.
Oh, God, it's just going to be absolutely bananas in Columbus. Let's take a quick look at the weather before we close the book on the plan for our first monster game of the year. It's absolutely gorgeous. Perfect conditions. 67 Fahrenheit, sunny, 6 mile per hour winds. It is football weather. BJ does not care that he is on the public dog. He says Texas is better prepared. Says defense wins championships. Says Texas is more equipped, especially on that D-line. Quarterback advantage as well. Ron Crawford says preseason AP number ones are 40-5 straight up. And Kong says, I think Ohio State severely disappoints this season and potentially misses the playoffs. There we go. Cab has moved on Texas. First half, plus a half, minus 115. Cab, anything you want to touch on before we move on to our next game?
So many things, right? This next one too, Jimmy. This next game, I'm so pumped. But if we're going to say, we want to see how Sayin and Manning get comfortable, not saying Ohio State's defense isn't good. They're outstanding as well. But Texas's front offensive line is the last thing that you want to get your feet wet with. That's why, I like my Texas first half bet. Obviously, that's why I made the bet. But that's another thing, whereas I think early pressure is going to be very tough for him to deal with back there.
We are going to roll on. Our guy Cab moved on Texas first half plus a half, minus 115. Our next spot on the board is Sunday, August 31st, 3 p.m. Eastern. We have the Virginia Tech Hokies versus number 13th ranked South Carolina Gamecocks, Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, we've heard from Bobano moving on V-Tech plus
I bet he did.
At minus 110. Let's get into the line history here for this big Sunday affair. We have over here to Sunday action. We have a total of 51.5. It's minus 110 to the over. This opened up at 46. Bobano talked about the huge move towards the over. Some books open this up at 45.5. The 7 points of movement at some books. Here we have 5.5 points of movement towards the over. A big move towards the over. Let's take a look at the spread here for our next spot on the board. Spread is right now, I believe the 7.5. Yes, 7.5 for the Hokies, and that's juiced at minus 113. That move happened yesterday morning, Wednesday morning, from 8 to 7.5. Cash flow here for Sunday. Give me once. There we go. The cash flow for Sunday. We only have side information at this point, no total. So for the side, we have 58% of the tickets on South Carolina and 52% of the cash on South Carolina. South Carolina looked great, looked much better under Beamer. It was its 4th year with Shane Beamer in control. The defense was spectacular. They just shut opponents down. 18.1 points per game they allowed last year. And then against non-SEC opponents, 14.8. And in comes offensive coordinator Mike Shula. And, of course, sophomore quarterback, redshirt sophomore quarterback, Lenoris Sellers. Last year, 18 touchdown passes for Sellers. He ran for 7. V-Tech comes in 6-6 in the regular season. Pry is Kyron Drones doesn't make things easy, and Pry is taking a very conservative approach when dealing with the senior quarterback. Just 10 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. They need more from Drones, and can Pry open it up and take some risks? Take it away for us. Daby Cab, Virginia Tech Hokies, South Carolina Gamecocks. Floor is yours.
I have probably more that I want to say on this game than any game we've done yet, even including the ones yesterday. And the reason is because Wine Time and me were going back and forth late last night, and we just couldn't. We were sending each other like books on this game, man. And he is on Virginia Tech as well as Bobano. I know Spoon's guy Kyle is on Virginia Tech. His guests were on Virginia Tech. I've seen a lot of other people on Virginia Tech, and then the public's on South Carolina because let's be honest, the public's not rushing to the window to bet a 7-6 Virginia Tech team. So this is an interesting game where it feels like I want to use the word sharps, even though I'm not sure. Sharps, friends of mine that are sharps are joining the Virginia Tech side. And that's why I hadn't bet it yet. But the more I dove into this, I haven't stopped reading on this South Carolina team and Virginia Tech team since last night. And I want South Carolina bad. Jimmy, you said it. Beamer going into his 5th season, 29-22, whereas on the other side, Brent Pry, after 6-7 season last year, 16-21. This is it. This is this. If he doesn't have a good year this year, he's out. And we could see it mid-season type thing. Virginia Tech's got a 6.5 projected win total, so you can bet over under on the 6.5. So again, we're looking at right around the same as last year. The more I dive into this Virginia Tech team, I think there's a chance they could go 3-10. I'm just going to say it right now. Like if you look at their lineup, yes, there's a chance that they could get that 8-win season, and that would be a huge, huge season for them. But there is also a chance on the flip side of that 8-win season that they go 3-10. Honestly, let's look through some of these Virginia Tech players, and I'll try and not. I know we're not trying to do it insider too long, but you said it with Drones, right? At QB, a lot of people very high on him. Big kid, mobile, right? He was injury plagued all season last year, so we didn't really get to see the potential of the kid. 10 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, though, in the games he was there. So as all the people are super high on him and talking about this, there is a terrible ratio in the small percentage we got there. You got Tyron Stewart coming in from Bowling Green in the backfield. And you got an offensive line that we don't know what to expect, right? We don't know what to think here. Coach Pry has had 3 offensive line coaches in his 4 years there. I don't have that in front of me, so maybe fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure this is his 3rd offensive line coach in 4 years. I read that earlier, and it's just one of those things where, offensive line is easy not to get talked about enough, but you do not want an unexperienced offensive line, especially going against somebody like South Carolina. So the more I dig into this team, like let's go into the Virginia Tech defense, right? They are very young in the back 7. They got new cornerbacks, safeties. So there would be good news in saying that Jaden Keller and Caleb Woodson are coming back at the linebacker position. But anybody that follows news that's going on in Virginia right now, Caleb Woodson, let me pull this up, who is not only, the big starting linebacker that's coming back for them, he is their defensive captain on the team. Woodson was arrested on August 23rd. It was a DUI, first offense, so no big deal. Only problem is he got pulled over and charged with a reckless driving charge last month as well, going 96 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. So he has multiple court dates set, and we haven't heard if Woodson's actually going to get to play or not. But again, this is our defensive captain for Virginia Tech that I'm talking about, Jimmy. Even if he does play the game, you tell me, do you want your defensive captain's mindset thinking about multiple court dates that he's got coming up in the near future?
No, not at all. But we do see some athletes who are so thankful to not be thinking about that for a minute. And then also say, look how good I'm going to show you guys that I am because I'm dealing with all of that stuff.
So in those situations you're talking about, we're usually not talking about multiple offenses for this, not the same thing, a DUI and driving 96, but it like behind the wheel, like, dude, are you going to learn your lesson and stop? Or are you just going to, keep doing it? Right. Like, It's one of those things too, like, dude, 96 and a 70, like, who do you think you are, bro? Like, you think you can do that, especially around a college town? It's fucking stupid is what it is. And if you're talking about a team captain, I don't know the guy. Maybe he's a great guy, but if we're doing 96 and a 70 around a college campus, like, I don't think there's too much going on upstairs right there, right? So I'm not sold on Virginia Tech in any way, shape, or form, even at drones in the QB spot. So now let's flip it over to South Carolina. And my bad for going a little longer on this one, but
No, it's great.
I still have a lot to say on this one. So South Carolina's offensive line, let's start there, right? You've got Thompson. He started all 12 games last year as a true freshman for him. He got all SEC honors. He's a freshman All-American. Is just a stud. So you got him centering it. You got Henry returning as well. Started all 13 games for South Carolina. So we got continuity there with those two, right? Then we've got a transfer, Stanley, who's coming in from Troy. He started all 12 games for Troy right there. You're getting the rhythm here. It's starter, right? We got a transfer coming in from Wake Forest, Sharp, the transfer from Wake Forest. He started all 4 years at Wake Forest, and now he's getting a 5th year here for South Carolina. Just experience across the board as I keep going down the line, right? Obviously, Sellers, I can sell you guys on Sellers. I can talk about how good of a quarterback Sellers is, but let's be honest. His offensive line was not that great last year. A lot of what he had to do was on his and Sanders' back. And so if you're telling me this is supposed to be a much improved offensive line for Sellers, and you've got a good receiving core out there for him, including his brother, who is a freshman. I don't know how much we'll see of him, but pretty cool that you got the brother at quarterback and brother at receiver there on the same team. But an offensive line that I really trust. Okay. Everybody I listen to talking about South Carolina says their defense is not going to be as good as last year because we've got complete turnover. Too many people went to the NFL. And I kind of bought into that at first. But the more I look into the camp and I look into, let's start with like their linebackers, right? I think whether you're talking about Johnson, Murphy, the Florida State transfer, you've got an Alabama transfer there too. But Johnson, really, we'll start with Johnson. He played in all 12 games or all 13 games for South Carolina last year. And he's a guy that I think you can build this linebacking core around. Murphy for Florida State transfer, he was injured most of the games last year, but towards the end of the year, he looked good for the Seminoles when they got one of their only wins, which happened to be against Virginia Tech, mind you, a 2-10 team that took down Virginia Tech there. But we've got some physical just freaks in this linebacking room for South Carolina that are unknown that people don't get. And I think it's going to be a good defense. I think this South Carolina team is trending in every which possible way, the right way they can. This might be the best full-rounded South Carolina football team since 2012 that they've had at South Carolina, honestly. And I think Virginia Tech's heading in the wrong way. I think their coach is about to get fired. I think their defensive captain has two court. I don't think he's got 2 court dates looming ahead. I think there's 2 completely different narratives coming out of these 2 teams. And I think South Carolina is the way to go. I actually have not bet it yet, but I've spent hours now reading into this and I will be on South Carolina. I'll let you guys know how as soon as I bet it.
Yeah. You have to build the conviction to go up against your colleagues.
Yeah.
You have to, and then when you have the conviction, when I have the conviction to go up against my colleagues, my ROI is very high because of that conviction. If I don't have the conviction, I stay off of it. It's very simple. But when you build that conviction, that's a positive ROI spot. And you would be focusing on the full game or the first half when you move on this, or a team total. What would you be focusing on?
I might bet both, Jimmy. I might take the first half and the full game. I will tag. I'll make sure I tag you since we broke it down here. But guys, I'm going to say it again. I don't understand how anybody could see Virginia Tech winning 8 games this year. I genuinely think at best they win 6. I could see them going 3-10. I think their coach gets fired. I think everything about them. Look, and people are going to maybe say in the chat, they didn't lose a single game by double digits last year. And that's why this game is super scary. Out of all those losses, not one of those games came from double digits. Okay, well, it's not last year, and this is not a unproven South Carolina team like everybody in the general media. If you go out there, you're going to hear Sellers is great, but we don't really know about the rest of South Carolina, and their defense has too many question marks. I think they got better on the offensive line. I think they've got Great talent in the backfield, obviously, with the running backs and Sellers. I think their linebackers are going to be extremely good this year, even though people don't see that coming. And then I think their front line on defense is going to be, still outstanding. So with Stewart and some other players like that coming back.
Respect, my man. Daby Cab going up against Bobano and Wine Time, backing the South Carolina Gamecocks, and we will wait and see. You must follow him on X, as selfless as they come. Our friend Daby Cab, he puts all his action out on X at Daby Cab. Daby, thank you for rocking with us. Look forward to having you back tomorrow. We've got more weekend games that you will be attacking, and I'm looking forward to break them down with you, my friend. Thank you for all.
Love it, Jimmy. I love it. I love you guys in the chat. Thank you guys, man. Share the video, hit the like. Jimmy doesn't ask for it because he's too selfless as well. But help us spread the word, man. Let's get it in there. Capping every game on the card today. Getting the college football games for the weekend and the Monday and the Sunday games. I mean, come on, we're doing it all here. Thank you, Jimmy, for having me. I love you guys.
Oh, there he is, our guy Daby Cab, the star of the tailgate every Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern. And like AOD says, we love you, Daby. It is time to talk WNBA. And it's funny, I went 1-1. I was fortunate that Paige Beckers wasn't in the lineup, but I was just so wrong about the Dream and the polo this, polo that. Will Johnson, you guys were so right about the Aces, and that stuck with me. You lose a little bit of vig. It's not the financial consequences. It's just being wrong. So let's fix that. Let's fix that right now. Please welcome the star of all things mixed martial arts, all things on the hardwood, and a phenomenal football capper as well, and tennis. Please welcome South Jersey in the house, our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Sweating we go. U.S. Open, we roll along. And Eurobasket's been very, very fucking nice to us, man. There's actually one game that's going on right now that we talked about yesterday that's at halftime. Poland is up 47-46 on Slovenia. Hopefully by the end of the segment, we can catch Poland at hopefully Slovenia just comes out better in the third quarter, and we can get Poland here plus the points. And then the other game that I'm looking at was I think Giannis in Greece is a fucking fade. Italy is down by 4 points at halftime. Cashed the only Eurobasket play earlier today. Hopefully we can bring that over to the Beaver Bowl action. Only one Beaver Bowl play for me today, unfortunately.
Well, that's fine because we just need the info, and we will find our angles. Nasty Nate says Aces Sun Parlay was good money. It was good money. It was great money because you got the Aces plus money, and then adding in the Connecticut Sun, and we were fortunate with Paige not being around. Looked like it was a sit back and relax, but got a little sweaty there at the very end. Let's bring on our next guest, WNBA capper here on Pop Sports Radio, as well as one of the stars of the 2-3 zone, alongside Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott over at Tony's Picks. Please welcome star of the Stacks play of the day, Mr. Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. How you?
Well,
I can't see my face.
Oh yeah, we'll get that. Don't worry, we got Jose back there on the one.
I was on my end. I was like, damn.
He'll take good care of us. He'll take good care of us. Let's get to work, fellas. Let's get to work. We have a good-looking card ahead of us, so let's roll. We start this evening at 7 p.m. Eastern. Let me move over, get all this set up here. With the Washington Mystics 16-22, 6-12 on the road at the New York Liberty 23-15, 15-5 at home. Stewie has returned for the Liberty. We have a little bit longer, I guess, about 3 weeks left in the regular season. The Mystics coming off 4 straight losses. The last 2 came at home. We saw them losing in a tight one, 84-82 at home to the Seattle Storm. That was a game that they were battling in throughout and just didn't have enough late. It's amazing that the Mystics, with this rookie-driven lineup, can shoot 50.8 from the field and 54.5 from three, out-rebound their opponent and lose. But when there's 20 turnovers, and that's just what happens. But it's a hard team to trust if they can shoot the ball that well and still lose. Now, yes, they lost, but they did cover 8.5-point dogs. They only lost by 2, so they got the job done for gamblers. And it was a Ogumake last second shot that took care of business for the Storm in that one. We have the New York Liberty. It's been a very disjointed time for them. Even against Connecticut on Monday, they barely get past 81-79. They were up 12 after the first quarter. We've seen a lot of really strong first quarters from Liberty, and then they kind of just failed to menace the rest of the way. Stewart went for 19, and that shot 4 of 12 from the field. So here we go. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to our guys. Move over here from a line standpoint, and let me get the cash flow set up as well. Here we go. We have the Liberty minus 12 at minus 110. They opened up minus 11.5, so it's moved a half point. Small move towards the Liberty. From a total standpoint here, we have a 162.5 at a pick'em. It opened up at 163, so very little movement on the total as well. And then when we get to the cash flow, let's get WNBA up here. And here we go. Sorry for the delay. We have 67% of the tickets on the Mystics and 58% of the cash. So we have the vaunted public road dog here. 91% of tickets on the under and 94% of cash on the under. And this under is not moving. But San Francisco 49er is on the under 163.5. So here we go. Billy Brisbane, get us started. Mystics and Liberty.
Yeah, I don't think it's more of a public underdog. I think it's more of people just trying to get ahead of the injury news report because the shoot around today, the Cloud is out with a nose injury. Sabrina Ionescu is questionable with a toe injury, which doesn't sound good. Like, why the fuck would you play Ionescu in this game? Maybe she's good enough to go, but listed as questionable is not a good thing to see. Stewie's going to be back in the lineup, but the Liberty have failed to cover 8 of their last 10 games. The Mystic have fallen out of form, maybe even out of the playoff race completely, leaving like a little bit of deflated mentality. Last week, they lost 3 games by double digits, then the one that they lost by 2 against Seattle in their last meeting. This is just a stay away game for me. I kind of want to take the Mystics and the under, but I feel like I'm just walking straight into like a bookie trap. A little bit of other action popping off at 7:00 p.m. that I feel a little bit more comfortable about than taking a under and the Mystics plus 12.5. But those would be the looks for this one. I'm just not like convicted enough to bet on this game.
Let's hear if Justin McKelvey does have the conviction to move on this one. Mystics Liberty, Justin, Barclays Center, Brooklyn, New York.
No, I don't have the conviction for the side or the total. I'm close. I wanted to bet the Mystics, but I feel like being eliminated, I can't count on them for nothing. Like we haven't been able to count on this Mystics team for nothing, but the only thing is the last 9 games, the Liberty was a double-digit spread to 0-9, so I don't want the Liberty. I feel like they're on cruise control. But what I do want, I love the matchup, Dawson can sticker. So I'm be on Jonquel Jones over 23.5 points and rebounds at minus 118. She played for the Liberty. And even one game she didn't, but the Mystics getting blown out the first 2 games. Well, one of them they lost by 8. And one of them, Jonquel, came back off an injury. And I just love the matchup. I love the way Jones is playing right now. I think the Mystics ain't gonna play no defense for this position. I think the Liberty just going cruise control, hoping Sabrina don't play. That'll open up even more. I'm pretty sure she's not gonna play, but I like JJ over 23.5 points and rebounds, minus 118.
You are in business here. I guess we need to hear about Ionescu. I mean, if she is questionable, knowing her and knowing Natasha Cloud's out, I expect her to play.
Yeah,
I
but
want the
let's
over in this game, though.
say she does not play, Jen. Let's
Sorry,
just
say that again.
hypothetical scenario. She doesn't play. It's a toe injury. It's not like it's a ankle injury or illness or something like that. If she does not play, doesn't it feel like the Mystics plus 12.5 is like a line that is going to close at 7.5, 8 probably?
Yeah.
It feels like it's one of them games that we see if she don't play, and this John drops to 7.5 or 9.5. Liberty still blow them out.
This is the 52 fake out game. So one of the games that we broke down earlier this year, it was kind of like the same scenario. I think it was a week after the Mystics coach wasn't there randomly for I think he had a graduation for his daughter or something like that, and he wasn't coaching the game. And then they played each other the next Friday, and somebody was out of the lineup for the Liberty. The line ended up going down. We ended up staying off the game completely, and the Liberty ended up blowing out the Mystics. It kind of feels like one of those type of games, but I just don't feel super convicted. It's just like the 52 fake out would tell me to bet the Liberty when the Nescu line comes out that she's going to be out of the game, and then if she doesn't get ruled out, then what's the game plan there?
Yeah, I mean, we won't be on the show, but if she gets ruled out, I'll be on the Liberty. As soon as it drops.
Yeah, it's going to drop completely.
And then after yesterday, that shit had me so mad about Paige. 4 minutes before the game, though, if that's not manipulation.
That was sportsbook manipulation by its finest. Everybody felt like they had free money in their pocket, taking the Wings at plus 5.5 or plus 4.5, whatever number that you got, and then she ends up getting ruled out, and that line doesn't even exist anymore.
And y'all know I was all over I didn't bet it. Y'all kept me off the Wings, but I loved the Wings.
Me and my brother have a rule of you don't bet the Connecticut Sun. But then, once he came home about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and we watched them play for 2-3 games straight, just ironically, it was maybe the Sun are off the do not bet list. I think that's a team that you got to start betting. These shitty teams in the WNBA, I feel like if you start betting them in the last month of the season, they end up cashing because they start getting accurately priced. It feels like the Mystics should be double-digit underdogs in a lot of these games that they're not anymore.
Jimmy always talk about conviction. And while y'all was talking about this Sun yesterday, I kept telling myself, man, look Brizzy and Jimmy in the eye and tell them I'm on the Wings.
Conviction.
And I didn't have that conviction.
Everything, though. You would have asked me yesterday about conviction. Way more convicted in the Atlanta Dream than I was than the Connecticut Sun. Not even fucking close. And if you look at the results of the bets, Connecticut Sun ended up cashing pretty easily, and the Dream got smoked for a majority of that game. So conviction doesn't mean everything in sports betting.
Yeah, but the Dream only scored 6 points in the third quarter.
It's crazy.
He's talking about
20 to 6.
Something about that ticket, you just knew that you lost going into the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah. For me, the conviction is huge. It means so much to me. And going up against cappers, I respect because you need that conviction to do it. My ROI is insane. And it's not that I disagree with them. It's just that those spots where I'm like, no, I think you were wrong, and I think I'm right. Though I wish you could think I wish you felt like that on all your bets. For me, it's a very tiny percentage of spots that you do. So it's important to ask yourself, like you said, can I look a colleague in the eye and say, I'm on the other side of you? On those spots that you do, I guarantee you're going to have a positive ROI when you do have it.
Depends on the sport, though. Because in college basketball, I feel way more convicted against going against somebody than I do in college football or something.
For me, it's not. It doesn't. I cap all the sports, but for me, it's not a sport thing. It's just a conviction. You really believe in the spot.
To me, it don't matter the sport. It matters if you have the respect for somebody, of their captain and what they do. Any sport, whether it's hockey, CFL, baseball, I need to be able to look you in your face and be like, I'm on the other side. And I bet it already. And I couldn't look at y'all and tell y'all that. So I stayed off.
Yeah, it's helpful, extremely helpful. I mean, the success I'm having in the last 6 months or so is because of working with everybody together. It's if I was alone, it wouldn't be the same. We are 15 minutes away from that first pitch in Cubs Giants, and I mean, I'm looking
Did
at
you move on that game, Jimmy?
I want to bet to double up on the Cubs, and now I can. Now I can get the Cubs first 5 plus a half at -128, which is insane in a low volatility game. So I am still going to move on it, and I got to make that decision here in about, it starts in 15 minutes, so I got to make the decision here shortly. So I'm with you, Brian. I'm going to go up against this late steam because I can explain it. That's crucial for me to explain these things. Let's roll into our next spot. Seattle Storm 20-19, 12-9 on the road. The Minnesota Lynx 30-7, 18-1 at the Target Center. Let's roll here. AM says people take differing opinions too personally. I agree with that. We've tried to stop that, as a group. It's because when I started, if I was on the other side of somebody, it meant I was fading them, and I was like, you have not been in my thoughts whatsoever. So it's our own personal choices, our own personal things, our feels, and we shouldn't, it's fun. It's fun to disagree. We're not a bunch of yes men. If we were a bunch of yes men, we wouldn't be gamblers. That's not what yes men do for a living. All right, let's roll. Storm Lynx here. The Storm are finishing off a road trip. And again, and I said this when I didn't have the balls to bet the Fever, but I certainly wasn't on the Storm. This has been a bad road trip. I don't care that they're 3-1. I don't care that they came into the road trip off of a long losing streak, bringing in Brittany Sykes. They barely get past this guy. Who cares that they beat the Wings after the Wings were feeling great about themselves? They barely get past the Mystics. Then they get blown out against the Fever. After a team gets blown out, I'm interested in backing them. The Lynx have been off now since the 24th. They've been off for a while. They had all these teams are coming off facing the Fever. We have the Lynx and Storm. Lynx have won 2 of the 3 games. This is their final meeting this year. And I am now interested, which is a surprise, but I am interested in the Storm. Let's get into the total. Here is a 165. It's come up since 163.5. I know that we talked a little bit about our interest in the over in that Mystics Liberty game. I think we need to know about an SQ for that. I think that's crucial. We've had to move to the over in this one, and we've had to move towards the Lynx. So why wouldn't there be here? They opened up at 8.5, and within 15 minutes they were 9.5. Then it came back to 8.5. It's at a 9 right now, so we have a half-point move towards the Lynx. This is kind of what I don't like backing teams in the last game of a road trip, but you're coming off getting embarrassed. I kind of like that. But look at this, 89% of the tickets and 76% of the cash on the Seattle Storm. Can we believe that? Because that's going to get me off. So, it's funny that every single one of these dogs today in WNBA is a public dog. Right? 57% of tickets on the over, 94% of cash on the over. Justin McKelvey, take it away, my friend. Storm Lynx.
Exactly one of the reasons why you said that is why all my action today is props. But Stacks play today I guess it's gonna be number 1, Triola. He ain't play, so the Stacks play today number 1. I'm on NECA over 16.5 points, -120. Stacks play today number 1. She's at 21-23 against this Lynx team the last 2 matchups. The Storm, they're coming off a blowout. I want to bet the Storm. But like you said, it's the last game of a 5-game road trip. But they 7-2 ATS as the dog. And I can't ignore that. But I just can't bet the Storm here. But I could bet NECA. I like NECA in this spot. I think the Lynx, this game's going to go over. I do think the Lynx is going to score. They might start off rusty. They're slow. If you want to take the Storm, pick them first half because usually the Lynx, they come out slow. Their first half ATS is cheeks. Third quarter, the Lynx is a thing. But I'm not on none of that. I'm just trust NECA to give me 17 points. I do like the Storm. I'm not going to be on the side no matter what happens. But 7-2 is what it's pushing me that way. You got a 7-2 trend, and then you got coming off a beatdown. I just don't want to get in front of this Lynx team. It seems like they on some shit right now. It's just a matter of when they're going to take their foot off the gas, being that they're playing for absolutely nothing. The only thing they're playing for is Fee's MVP. Can't nobody catch them. Like, I mean, if they lose every single game out, and then who is it, the Dream or the Aces win every single game, but that's not logical. So can't nobody catch them. So I'll be on NECA, Stacks Player Day number 1, over 16.5 points. And I'm looking at the total, but I probably won't get on there. I won't make it official, but I'm looking at the over in this game.
You guys put it out on a platter for me not to take the Lynx double result on Friday. And they dominated the third quarter, just like you guys had predicted. And I was just beating myself up over it. And here, though, how did the Storm not come out fired up? How do they not win the first quarter or the first half? I mean, it just, again, getting cute like this has hurt me. And I was making these types of bets in the first half, and that's the only reason why I don't want to. But as I've been picking a few of them here in the second half of the season, they've been working. How do I not move on the Storm early? We have Ogumake. What was the number you got there? Over how many?
Over 16. Oh, yeah, I got one more thing for that, too. Over 16.5 points at minus 120.
Okay.
And in the Storm locker room, like, as far as the team, like, they ridiculous. They talking about NECA is the real MVP. Like, we all know that's BS, but that's just what they saying. So my thing is, that's how y'all feel. You got to go crazy against who really is the MVP. We all know what he going to do. And then if you look at the one thing I always like to bet, and I bet her, but I ain't making it official. Or it's in my bet slip. I'm gonna be on fee some way. Like these MVP awards, like when it gets down to the end, usually when one do something, the other one do something. And Asia just had 34 last night. Now, even though she's not nowhere close to catching her, but you know, Fee's seen that. Like, all right, you dropped 34, okay. So I'll be on Fee. Probably her points and rebounds is what I got in my bet slip. Or do I just got points? I got points and rebounds in my bet slip, but I ain't making it official. NECA's the only official play for this game.
You are locked in, my friend. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away. This is a real fascinating spot.
Yeah, I do gotta say we did just take Fabio Caboli in the U.S. Open. He was down in the first set, tied up the second set. They're battling here in the third. You can wait for him to hold, but he might break Jensen Brooksy in this game here. But I like Fabio Caboli. Like the pretty flop. Wanted to wait until he got to like a pick'em odds or like plus money. You can get it like literally right now live. But
what is it now?
Minus 130, but it's also 30 to 30. But he's in serve receive. He might break him, but if you wait until he serves again, you'll get plus money. This game here, all the spreads on the cards today are just nearly double-digit favorites. The Lynx get back Collier, and they've been dominant at home this year, 18-1. Seattle has actually played the Lynx very competitively this season, 2-1 this season. All three games were very competitive. The one that they won was a Commissioner Cup game. The spread still sits at double digits, 12-4-1 ATS. Last 17 home games are the Lynx, and 4-2 last 6 games towards the over, or not 4-2 just straight up last 2 games. Seattle 12-9 away this season. Pretty good record for their usual standards on the road. They've had a rough recent stretch though, 2-10 last 12 ATS, but they've gone over 6 of their last 8 road games, and the Lynx have gone over 4 of their last 6. Collier looked like she didn't miss a beat at all. He had 32 points from his 7-game injury absence. I kind of lean towards the Lynx and the over, but another game that I'm not super convicted on. But I think the Lynx team total over 86.5 is the best bet in this game.
Do you believe that this Storm team is going to come out early and look good and strong after getting embarrassed and this being the last game of their road trip?
No, I don't like betting against the Lynx at home. The Lynx usually get up in these home spots. Is it the third quarter or is it a 2-point game going into halftime? I don't know, man. Like this game is just not like the market, or not the market, but the spread would tell you that you should take the Storm plus 9.5, or I mean plus the 9. But the more and more you look into it, it's just like, yo, Minnesota really might fuck around and win this game by double digits pretty comfortably. Like the more and more that you kind of look into it, but like my first initial thought was to take the Storm plus the 9, and then I looked into it and was like, nah, this seems like a big fee game. Fee. This is an MVP solidification game here for Fee. I mean, she must really be playing for MVP. She came back first game out of a 7-game absence with 32 points. Like, she's not playing. And if you have a bet against Napisha Collier, you feel like a dumbass.
I have made this bet on the Storm, expecting them to play with heart after getting blown out, and it's cost me money. I've lost it, but I want to do it here. I don't know if I get there.
You want to do it first quarter or first half?
I still don't. I'm not sure. I guess I lean towards the first half because of what the Lynx.
I would lean first quarter, not first half, right? I mean, like when you want to fade. If you think I wouldn't want to fade the whole entire Minnesota Lynx unit, maybe just you might get away with a point or two with the starters, but like I don't know. You go for full first half, like the better team just might win the first half.
But like, I've just seen the Lynx kind of go through the motions early.
I definitely blame you.
And I don't want to go. I'm not going to double up, but I tell you what, if I don't have a look on this final game, then I'm definitely going to bet first quarter, first half Storm because I need some action.
You said both or one or the other?
Just one or the other. I'm not going to double down under any circumstances.
To JW in the chat says Kayla McBride over on points. Her 3-point prop today was just shining at me, but I didn't play any player props today. I don't. If I played 100 WNBA bets and I did 100 sides and totals and did 100 player props, the player props would just be way more profitable than sides and totals. But I didn't fire off on any player props today. I don't blame you, though. The Kayla McBride props look like good money.
That's crazy. I'm the opposite. I ain't fire way off on the side or total. I got all props.
I swear to God, if you did 100 like WNBA player props, look at the record, and you did 100 sides and totals, the player props are going to be so much more profitable than sides and totals.
I did move on the Cubs game. It did move a few cents. Oh, move back to the Cubs. So I'm very comfortable with all this. I lost 3 cents while I was thinking about it. So I got the first 5 plus I have minus 131. I got the full game at plus 100. It's now back to minus 105 at some books. So we've had about 8 or 9 cent move back to the Cubs. I could have timed it maybe a tiny bit better, but I'm comfortable with the situation. Double down spot. Let's roll into our final spot on the board. Final spot of today's show. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. 10 p.m. Eastern, Chicago Sky 9-28, 4-13 on the road. At the Phoenix Mercury, 23-14, 12-6 at home. We're at Phoenix Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a Sky team playing much, much better. Much, much better. And as healthy as they've been in quite some time. Coming off a 79-74 loss at home to the Aces. They played well. They're playing better. And here we start a road trip. It's a 2-gamer. Saturday night, they're in Seattle. Tonight, they're in Phoenix. Then they have a bit of a break and come home. Atkins went for 30 in that loss to the Aces. She looked very good. 10 of 18 from the field. Angel Reese went for 17 and 12. And they are so terrible shooting the basketball. They turn the ball over nonstop. The advantage that they have over the Aces is they can outboard the Aces. If you know they had 42 rebounds to the Aces 24, that is not going to be easy to do against Phoenix. And I want you guys to touch on that. The Aces also shoot so badly. I mean, they shot 38.5 from the field and 27.8 from 3 and almost won the game despite turning the ball over 19 times. This is not for the faint of heart, having money on the Chicago Sky. Going up against the Phoenix Mercury. God, did the Mercury look good. They're just more than the sum of their parts, and Bonner's worked out perfectly. They were much better than the Sparks in that 92-84 victory, and I was very fortunate that plus 8.5 at halftime cashed by a half point to get me almost all of the cash back. They shot 44% from three. They didn't play that clean basketball, but they were certainly in control. Certainly in control. It was a very high-scoring fourth quarter. Let's take a look at the line history here and see what the move is. Sorry, I did switch back to MLB because I was placing my bet and thinking about a couple things there. But we have the Phoenix Mercury right now at minus 12 at minus 111. They opened up at minus 12 at minus 112. This did get down to 11 at one point, 11 and a half. It did get up to 12 and a half at one point, but we're sitting here at 12, so no movement. On the total here, we have a 164 and a half minus 113 to the over. Opened up 163 and a half, so we've gone up a point. So we have cash flow that we must take a look at. 75% of the tickets on the Sky. That's now 78. It just changed. Who the hell wants the Sky when everybody else wants them? 54% of the cash on the Chicago Sky, 78% of tickets on the under, and 90% of cash on the under. Brizzy, our last game on the board, Chicago Phoenix. Take it away, my man.
Frustrated. Just check the score of the Slovenia game. They're down by double digits against Poland. We should have just fired. Shouldn't have waited. Should have just fired.
Wow.
Caboli ends up taking the set. He goes up to minus 450.
Nice.
This game here is the only bet that I have on the card today. The Mercury have struggled versus the top teams in the WNBA, but or I should say teams that are above them in the power rankings, however you want to power rank. But they're blowing out these lower level, or I should say lower tier teams, which kind of gives me a little trepidation going into this game. But how motivated will they be going into a game versus the Sky? Granted, this is an Amazon Prime TV game, but the Sky are now being priced like the worst team in the WNBA, but they've been able to cover 5 of their last 6 games as double-digit underdogs, and I think they backdoor covered this line. I like the over 164 here at minus 112. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored on the board in this game. I wouldn't be shocked if Phoenix hit 100. I would fire off on Phoenix team total over. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this game. I think this is going to be the highest scoring game of the day. I see this final score being 98-92, 98-90, and that gives us an over, and that gives us a Sky backdoor cover.
Was that a flat 164?
Yeah, flat 164 minus 112.
All right.
Book.
AM says Mercury were minus 12.5 at Chicago. Now they're minus 12.5 here. Suspicious line. I think we can explain that. Ronnie Crawford giving us a final score of 95-71 says Mercury big here. I think we can explain it because the Sky have looked so good of late. Like if we can't explain it and you can't move on it. Let's hear from Justin. Take it away, Sky Mercury.
Yeah, I love when we agree. I ain't make it official, but I do like it. I like this Mercury team total or Mercury over. I think the Sky gonna be competitive, more competitive than people may think. I know as long as Angel Reese is in there, she going to try hard. She like going up against Alyssa Thomas, which brings me to my play. Little plus money play, something I've been silently betting on the low. Give me Alyssa Thomas triple-double at plus 210. Last game, it was plus 3-something, and she cashed. It's just going lower and lower and lower. She thinks she could win the MVP. No one has told her that it belongs to Fee. She's like walking triple-double. She had a triple-double the last time she played. The only reason what made me check because I was on her PRA. It was like over like 34.5. She had a triple-double, 10, 10, and 10. But didn't cash her over PRA. And plus 10, 210 for a triple-double, I feel like that's the line of saying everything. She like going up against Angel Reese. Everyone want to go up against Angel Reese. She wants to be the MVP playing back at home. I like this spot for some plus money.
I want to go up against Angel Reese as well if the opportunity arises. I like it. Alyssa Thomas, triple-double, plus 210. Do you think this is a letdown spot for the Mercury, Justin?
I think it's a letdown spot, but not saying letdown they lose.
That's
saying
let down spot, but like their favorite 12.5. So it's just like they win this game by 8 to 10 points.
Was it the Liberty and the Sun? like one of those letdowns. Like Liberty beat them by like what 4? Is that the game I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Monday. I
Yeah,
believe.
one of those letdowns. Like I don't think they're gonna cover. I think, and like Chicago, I don't think they fully quit. Like they out of it, but don't seem like they quit. Like they still playing hard.
I think you do the reverse psychology on today's slate of what one of these 3 underdogs that would the people not want to bet on the most? The Chicago Sky.
Yeah, because I mean, and it's a weird way to look at it, but all 3 favorites ain't gonna win. That's just not gonna meaning
percent, bro.
Meaning not gonna cover. What just happened?
Cubs up 1-0.
Everybody's sweating action, man. You'd think this is 7:00 prime time right now.
Hey, I'm pulling up my phone like, damn, what just happened? But yeah, I refuse to believe that all the favorites are gonna go out here and blow everybody out.
I'm ready to do. It's just like which
we said this on Friday. We said this on Friday, and all the favorites blew everybody out. Remember? Remember that? Remember? And
I do remember that.
These are double-digit lines now we're playing with. I mean, every team is favored. Minnesota -9 is a double-digit line. They would have to win.
Give it a second. It'll be 10 shortly.
That's what I'm saying. So out of the 3 underdogs, people are betting the Mystics because of the Liberty injury news report. People don't really want to bet the Seattle Storm. I could see 2-way action on the Storm Lynx game, and nobody's going to fire off in the Chicago Sky.
I ain't gonna lie, but it wouldn't be the Sky if I had to take a dog. Like gun to my head, pick a dog. I'm going with NECA. I'm taking the points with the Storm.
Yeah, but the one thing I'll say about the Storm game is they might cover the 9, but they're damn sure not winning that game outright. Like
Sky not winning this game either.
The Sky can win this game outright. What makes you think that they can't? Like there's a whole lot of advantages that they got down low. Like if Camila and Angel Reese have one of them games, you could be looking. The Sky were just plus 15.5 point underdogs and won the game outright against the Liberty, the game that you were talking about. Camila Cardoso had 22 points, Angel Reese had 21 points, and Ariel Atkins had 20 points. So it's like that should be every game. All 3 of them should have 20 points. Not so just
if you had to sprinkle gun to your head, you would sprinkle the Sky before the Storm money line?
If I had to sprinkle if I had to just go off of the market, I would probably say the Mystics are your best chance to cover one of these big dog spreads. But just off of like gut feeling, it's got to be the Sky. Nobody is who is walking to the window tonight and saying, "Let me get $500, Sky plus 12.5." Like nobody's pulling that shit off today.
Only people from Chicago.
But how many games in a row have the Sky covered? Oh, I guess.
What you said, Jim?
I was going to say how many have they covered? They didn't cover versus Connecticut, so that's pointless. But they beat the Liberty outright, 91-85.
The last 6 games is double-digit underdogs.
All right, these games are tricky, and that's okay because our experts have made moves. Let's review all action here. Justin McCelvy on Jonquel Jones over 23.5 points and rebounds minus 118. Then in game 2, Nneka Ogwumike over 69 points and minus 120. Brizzy makes his move on the over 164 in Sky Mercury. And Justin is on Alyssa Thomas triple-double at plus 210. And JW is on the Mystics money line plus 520. That sounds like if we were in Vegas right now, that I would go in on that bet with JW. Just for, plus 520 money line banger while we're getting drunk, and and if the Mystics are up, in the third quarter, I will get kicked out of whatever bar we're in. I don't know.
If we was all in Vegas, and we're gonna figure out what big dog we're gonna take. I'll probably try to talk y'all off the Mystics as far as money line. I'd probably be like, man, let's just back NECA. 7-2 ATS as a dog. Like,
be pitching to you guys. Maybe WNBA isn't the big dog we need a scoop tonight. Might be Cincinnati.
It's just this Mystics team ain't it though. Like, they're not it.
They're not it, but damn, bro, you ain't got it. Let's say in a weird case scenario, Anescu and Cloud are both out. Damn, y'all still laying 12? Like, that line's just a little bit like minus 800. You ain't got your top 2 guards is a little bit wild, bro.
Because they need 12.
I think that they might need it, but if we're talking about outright, the Sky can do it. The Sky can do this shit.
Well, I've got to go make bets. Not too many though, because we've got that Cubs action. I got a couple of baseball bets, and I've got to go over college football once more. We have moved in the WNBA. Thank you to Justin Mcelvy. Started 2-3 zone for rocking with us. Head over to Tony's Picks to watch him, Ron Crawford, and Ramon Scott do their thing. And please support him on X as well. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. Please support our friend Justin. Justin, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, let's kill it today and see y'all tomorrow.
Respect. There he is, our guy, Justin Mcelvy. We have Ron Crawford. Play of the day is the Seattle Storm. Want to get in on it. I want to get in on it. Thank you for the update, Coin. I'm pretty pumped up, man. I like that the line moved back to the Cubs. So I was pretty nervous, like trying to explain why I was on it. Again, I could lose this. It is what it is, but just all you have to do is be able to explain the line move. That's all. Explain it. Then do whatever you need. If you can't explain it, then you can't bet it. If you can explain the opening line and the line move, then find the right time to bet it. Brizzy, great call here with all of your live action and in tennis and in Euro basket. We have the over 164 for Brizzy and Sky Mercury. Brizzy, thank you, my friend. What is in store for you this weekend? Do you have a very rare weekend where you're not going to be grinding mixed martial arts?
Yeah, you get to venture off into some college football. Got some plays tonight. One play tonight, 5:30 game, Boise State, South Florida. Going Madsen over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Best line available, Bet365, minus 115. With Genty going out of the lineup, I expect this offense to be a lot more pass happy and then lead on Maddox's arm way more. This is one of the highest totals of the day, right behind East Carolina, North Carolina State. Boise State's team total, 34.5. Mountain West preseason player of the year. I think that he should be able to exploit the South Florida secondary, but I think this game is going to play out way closer than projected. The line opened up +8 all the way down to 5.5. Once they opened up limits for that game, people are betting the shit out of South Florida. Well, I think that game is going to be closer than projected. I just don't think Boise State's just going to be able to hand the ball off in clock control games. And I think Madsen goes over his passing yards, but specifically the passing touchdowns. I think he's going to be slinging that bitch today, in other words. And then the other game that I like.
Just a sec here. I want to ask you a question about this. Do you this year, you get, anything that you want to rock with on this show? You've earned all the opportunity, anything you want. Do you want me to track your college football? Do you want to be? Yeah. Okay. All right. So our first pick of the year from Brizzy is Madsen over 1.5 passing touchdowns at what number?
Minus 115, Bet365.
Minus 115.
Shout out to Joey DFS. He's on the tight end for Boise State. Loter, anytime touchdown, plus 170.
Oh, nice. Yeah, louder. Anytime touchdown from Joey DFS. What up, Joey, my man? Nats Nate on Maddox over 231 passing yards. Oh, 2-1 Giants. See what happens? Oh, God. All right. Thank you. I deserve that. I was getting a little too feeling too good. It's feeling too good. Madsen over 1.5 passing touchdowns. And what's number 2 for you?
Number 2 is going to be this East Carolina, North Carolina State game. This is, in other words, this is going to be a bloodbath, meaning there's just going to be a lot of points on the scoreboard in this game. And I think it's going to come mostly from the North Carolina State side. We're going North Carolina team total over 37.5, minus 136. If you would like to pair that with Hollywood Smothers anytime touchdown, you can get that at minus 115 for the 2-leg parlay. I think this is a spot that North Carolina State schedules every year this early in the season to get their juices going. They haven't lost to East Carolina since 2013. And
at home.
At home. ECU public underdog of the day. So many people are betting the spread. I think this is going to be a fantasy bonanza type of game. I think it goes over 61.5, but I think North Carolina State's going to do majority of the scoring. I like their team total over. I think it's going to be a good one.
That was over 37.5 minus 136.
Yes, sir.
You are in business. Brizzy opening up his college football account here. I'm betting with the bag. Thank you for rocking with us, Brizzy. Enjoy the non-mixed martial arts week. I know you're going to be studying for next week as well. What is next for you guys for the Locker Room Talk podcast? What's the next big event?
UFC El Paris next week at 12 o'clock noon. Another early stream here at Pub Sports Radio. We got some fighters on the card already that have some interviews here at Pub Sports Radio. So make sure you guys check out Pub Sports Radio. Check out the video section for the MMA, and you can catch a couple of these interviews. A couple of these fighters coming off injury for this card. We have a couple good interviews with James Lynch and MMA Locker Room, who got in a interview with Tommy McMillan, which is Sean O'Malley's main training partner, who's going to be fighting on next Tuesday's Dana White Contender Series. And they ain't giving the boy a layup now. They're giving Sean O'Malley's fucking teammate, some Russian undefeated dude that nobody's ever heard of, that wrestles his ass off, and it's going to be a banger. So make sure you check out the interviews here at Pub Sports Radio.
Respect, Brizzy, my man. Thank you for your hard work. And there he goes, our guy, Billy Brisbane. Well, let's put a bow on the proceedings here. God, that joy that I had went away fast. 6-4 Diamondbacks over the Brewers in the top of the sixth. We have 1-1 Pirates Cardinals. I mean, I should have backed the under with Michaelis there. I knew he was live. I knew the Cards were live. Should have moved on that one. And then the Giants up 2-1 at the end of the first. AM says, football tonight, boys. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Let's do a review of action. Justin, my man, thank you for being a big part of the show. Pig Milk play today. Albies 2 or more bases. So over 1.5 bases plus 165. We have action from AM. Jacksonville State, Central Florida under 53. Nebraska, Cincinnati over 52.5. Miami of Ohio, Wisconsin over 39.5. Chris Warren says, any live shows over the next couple of days? My first live show is a week from today. But we do have other action this Sunday, and I've got to be promoting it more, and I haven't been. But this Sunday is the beginning of Bankroll Blitz. So we start with the NFC futures at 6 p.m., and then we have the AFC futures at 9 p.m., and then our first episode is Tuesday, and then I will be hosting the live stream on Thursday. I was going to do the Brazil one too, but my pops is in town, coming into town, so I'm not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. And don't forget our Cappers contest. Please be a part of it. And thank you to Harbor Acres Cottages. Enormous thank you to you guys. Harbor Acres Cottages popping $1,000 bonus into that pool of cash for us. It's dope, man. Absolutely dope. Jose Bouquet, welcome back, my friend. I'm just reviewing action. Stacks play the day number 1. Ogumake over 16.5 points. Nukeworker has USF +6 locked in. BJ also has that. Best bet South Florida. Dougie Wise on Nebraska -6.5 -112. We have flank stake play today is the Philadelphia Phillies on the run line. Julian Cesario here with the Diamondbacks +148. Go get it. Chang Kim is on Rutgers -15.5. So we have for Bobano, he's on the over 60.5 in East Carolina. NC State Wolfpack, he's on Buffalo +18, and he's on Cincinnati +7. He's on. That's wine time on Cincinnati +7. My apologies. Bobano gave us the over 51.5 in that one. That's his action for tonight. We'll go over his Friday and Saturday action tomorrow on the show. So that puts a bow on things. I'm in danger. Here. I don't like it. Let's see, Cubs. There we go. Thank you. It's Jort season, AOD. It's actually Jort season's ending, Jose, sadly. Sadly, it's ending.
Yeah, it's coming to an end, especially in Canada. It'll be a Jort season for the rest of the year down here.
And when I'm at my angriest, I get to go down to San Antonio in March and warm up and get rolling again. So we have Cubbies action live again. You guys are the best. Thank you for giving me confidence. I needed it. Brian Palmer, let's get it. Let's get it. I'm looking at this first 3 under 3 in the Braves Phillies game. I really want to study. I'm going to study it pretty heavy. I'm going to join the Marlins Mets over. And then I got a question whether or not I double up on these White Sox spots. First 3 plus half, first 5 plus half. Justin McKelvey says hoodie weather here in Pittsburgh. That's the best weather, man. That's fucking sweatshirt and khakis, man. I wore it every day my whole life. And I miss it. Joey Diaz on Raiola over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Robert Franklin on Darius Taylor over 21 yards receiving. Ronnie Crawford on NC State -14. Seattle +9. Seattle +9, of course, is in WNBA. That's gonna be my only WNBA bet is Storm in some facility, the first quarter or first half. I'm gonna take a little bit of time on that one. I'm excited. I'm excited here. Jose, you're working your ass off cutting up these college football videos, but I really like the coverage we've got. I think we've got really great coverage for week 1. So thank you for all your hard work. And thank you to Preston as well, who's tagging all of these videos. Means a ton. So thank you guys. And Jose, my friend, please review your action.
What the fuck are Dickies?
Dickies, man. You know, Dickies. Well, when I was young, we wore Dickie overalls, man. But Dickies like work pants. Work pants. They're rugged work pants. God, I fucking rock Dickies all the time, man.
Interesting. Shout out to you, Justin McKelvey.
Dickies overalls, cross colors, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. 2 live crew and the guy that you guys say I look like that I can't kid and play. There we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Fuck yeah.
I don't know any other references except for that one. I am on my only plate of the day now because I pushed on Pirates first 5 is White Sox first 5 plus a half here at +105 here. I think I bet the White Sox like 3 days in a row now. It's been disgusting. But yeah, I'm on only the White Sox here. I haven't moved on any college football that's happening today. I did just do a quick glance to look and see, but
Oldie only thinks of Wayne Newton when he looks at you.
Well,
that's so good, man. That's so
Wayne.
good. That's so good. Will says 2-leg parlay. What you got? If this was God, I can't wait for hockey season. I mean, these friends and family's best bets like cross sports. And I love it. I would, that's what I would like to add in. If I was to add one spot now, first off, Will, I'm not sure what state you're in. Do you have first 3s?
Yeah, those are fucking elusive.
Yeah, if you don't have them, I won't give it out. But I would give the White Sox first 3 plus a half. If you don't, I think probably the White Sox first 5 plus a half. Would I take that over? Yeah.
I did just get texted a play here, so I cannot wait to see what I'm gonna get tonight here. Our guy, Joey DFS, low key college football capper. I didn't know that, Joey. So shout out to you. And I hope we can see. I just told him Joey should come on, give out some plays on betting with the bag. Would love to see what your college football acumen's like. So shout out to you, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Big respect for Joey DFS and the whole squad, our mixed martial arts squad. That is our show for today.
Is the Utah Mammoth really -130 to make the playoffs? God damn, that's crazy.
They're gonna be good. They got a lot of young talent over there. They're gonna be good. It's
interesting.
God, I'm excited. I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up, but I am scared of the September 1st and football being full bore. But Will Johnson says Pirates Giants parlay right now. Oh well, you're in business there. Joey DFS with Wyoming running back Scott anytime touchdown -130. Jose, thank you for all of your hard work, man. It's not going unnoticed, my man. So thank you for all that you're doing for the channel and all of the cuts, and you're just working tirelessly. So thank you for all of that. Can you please bless our action and let us into the future? But I do want to thank everybody quickly. Big Zoe Robert Franklin, Joey DFS, Will Johnson, AOD. AOD looking for some ganj if anybody's around. We have AM. Thank you, my friend. Chris Warren, JW, Brian Palmer, Von Polo, the great Von Polo. We have the new episode coming out tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Look good, smell good, squad. Respect. There we go. There we go. I'm guessing that you smell terrific right now, Jose. That's just my guess here. Thank you, Kong's Clip, Steve G. Coyne, Joseph Alvarado, AJ Stogstill. Thank you guys so much. San Francisco 49er, Jerry Davis. Great to have you back capping with us. You know, we love capping with you, and you know, it's going. Times are going to, you know, some days are going to be easier, some days are going to be harder. The hurt's never going to go away, but the more you think about your dad, the more you talk about your dad, the more you keep him alive, and he'll always be a part of you. You know, I don't want to get into like what we think happens when it ends and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think that's where we need to end the show right now. But and I'm not someone who's very spiritual in that regards. But I do think that they rock with you and they help you make decisions, you know, because you think, well, what would, you know, that person do if they were in the situation? And so all I know is that that you carry your dad with you everywhere you go. And we're very thankful to cap with you. So thank you for rocking with us today. And let's get that cash, Jerry Davis. Let's do what we do. Get that cash and make that money. So love to you, Jerry. Great to have you back in business with us. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day, guys. Shout out to you guys, VP, Lex, Zoe. We've got AOD, Joey, Will Johnson, Nasty Nate, AM, and Nasty Nate. Anything I can do to help the Red Sox season, I'm willing to do. If it means not bet them, it means not bet them. Robert Franklin, all of you guys, thank you all for joining us here. And it's funny, football season's right now. You close your eyes, you open them up again. It's going to be New Year's. You close your eyes, you open it again. It's going to be March. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
5.
It's coming. It's coming here. Take it from the cock man himself, the cock expert, as we said earlier. I know when something's coming, and Pubapalooza is a coming. So shout out to you guys, and let's leche los bookmakers.
The NFL is finally back.
And so is the NFL Cappers Contest and Survivor Pool.
In our Cappers Contest, you must pick your 5 best bets against the spread each week. And in the Survivor Pool, you pick one team that must win. And you can only pick that team once.
$100 to join each competition right now.
May the finest football capper amongst us reap all the rewards.
Sign up at pubsportsradio.com.